Hello. Happy Saturday. No. Happy Sunday morning. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Hope everyone is going to have a good day. We're going to figure out some stuff to do in Ashes of Creation, hopefully. Hopefully. Yesterday we had some issues. OBS was struggling big time in trying to get everything out pushed. To all of our channels, Twitch, YouTube, all of it actually, and I'm not sure why. So hopefully we're fixed on we have fixed that. I actually went through, updated some stuff. I think I had to update NVIDIA, all this other stuff. So hopefully we're going to do okay. Right now, everything seems to be going just fine. I'm not sure. I had not changed a thing. So I don't know quite why that became an issue, but it did. All right, let me get everything moved around. We're going to, I think, play around on the rogue. I want to try to craft. I want us to see what that experience is like. We have our healer. We got to level 6 sitting over at Miraleth. And I want to try to do weaponsmithing with that character just because we will be I want to get to Journeyman on some of the crafting stuff. So that's the plan. That is the plan. And I think we're good to go. A little cold in this room. But that's why we got coffee. All right. Stabby is ready for some business. So we're going to give some business. I have to say the rogue has been a lot of fun to play. Oh shit. Ah! Well. Oh. Jumped right into someone else. Okay. How come he can hit me and I can't hit him? All right, this is immediately an issue. Welcome to the game. Oh my god. I was not falling off like this yesterday. All right, I can't see shit. I can't do, we're moving. How am I out? All right, let's just go. And apparently I can't run. There we go. That was wicked. A little bit wicked and wild. I'm not sure what the hell that was about. I'm pretty sure that should not have been able to do that because I went stealth. And I don't know what is going on here. Some wild pathing, man. This was not that challenging. I got somebody nice hanging out. Healing me back there. That was a little weird. Not gonna lie. A little weird. Little unusual. All right, archers can see stealth, so you know, I think part of it, the flip seems to like be going further. I don't know if that makes sense. Like I feel like I'm flipping further than I have been. There's a nice quest chain that would normally give us a pretty good boost to our weapon. Unfortunately, we are unable to accept the quest chain. So all right, let's get back. We need to get some copper. So in order to do the weaponsmithing stuff, the main thing is going to be copper and wood. You know, person with a name that doesn't make sense. I'm curious what you normally get when you hop into chat like that. People's chat that you've never met before. What's up? Is it Matar? Matar? But brother, over on YouTube, that doesn't have a name that you can actually say. I'm curious what do you get response wise when you pop into people's chat like that? Is there something you're expecting to get? I mean, I appreciate the comment on the shirt, but you know, this is a chill gaming thing. I'm not sure why you're hopping in and wanting to know about whether we're into men or women. Sorry if there's not much around for you in real life to try to find a partner, but seems a little weird, dude. I don't know if mom and dad know that you're on the YouTubes, maybe? You look like your character. Are you dumb? What's up? Cena John, is this Ashes of Creation? It sure is. Been playing fighter, but been thinking how the rogue survived. The rogue has been really pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really a rogue player. Not sure what's going on there. Okay. Ball sucks. You look like your character. You want to explain that a little bit more? Good morning. How you doing? Doing pretty good. Lewd comment. You guys got some interesting names coming up in here. Man, I want to play. I just don't want to lose time when it wipes. Yeah. I mean, that is a downside to the alpha and testing. I don't know. You know, they do try not to wipe much, but for sure it's going to happen. And it's very easy to burn out for sure. Oh, I could move. I was just seeing what happened. I also don't want to die by using the unstuck command. I don't know if you're trying to be truly helpful or watch me erroneously kill myself. What's up, Leto? Just mining, saw your stream and checking you out. Man, a fighter. Oh, hey, thanks for hanging out. I mean, I have always been a cleric. All of Alpha 1, Alpha 2, all of it. Healer main, but you know, we're playing around, enjoying some other classes. Rogue has been a lot of fun. I feel like that every time they've added a new class, they've grossly improved upon their class designs. How do I pick up more than one bird? I'm not sure. So a lot of your original classes, you know, your rogue, not rogue, your ranger and all of that, I think are kind of boring at this point. because they have done so well with their other stuff. My rogue is your level, but trying to get the fighter to 25. You're 23. Are you mostly grouping? I assume you're grouping. I guess you could solo. I don't know how long that'd take, but fighter's been fun. I've not heard. Do you feel like as you've gotten higher in level that your DPS keeps up with everyone else? I guess that's been something that I've heard is potentially that once you hit that, get towards that max level, it doesn't feel as powerful. Not solo play, been spinning iguanas, yeah. Well, come back, birdie. Really, I've been trying to focus mostly on the crafting experience here. And I don't know, it started off fun, and I'm starting to, this phase anyway. And I'm starting to get to where it's like, I get this urge. I'm like, I want to log in, I want to craft. We're going to have some fun. And then I log in, and then it's like 75, 80% of my time is running from place to place to make sure I have the reagents, make sure I have the gold going, you know, and then logging into alts so that I can get, you know, things processed and other stuff. I don't know. It's, I eventually get to where it's kind of like, I'm kind of ready to be done for now. And, so it's been challenging. I'm only in gray radiant gear. Yeah, DPS is kind of meh. All right, bird is back. Did not mean to. All right, where'd the bird go? Didn't mean to get pulled right into the raider, but hey, we're here. It's been hard for me to find an mmorpg like WoW because I love rogue, but this looks like something. Yeah, I mean, the rogue really has been fun. Each of the classes, I think in general, most of the classes have been designed pretty well. So don't forget about the XP grind too. I just spent 12 hours at NA Giants. Yeah. Most of my alts I've not actually leveled through combat. Most of them have been entirely through the Grim Outbreak. All right, it's completed, isn't it? Oh, collect award. I didn't do anything, but I can collect an award. All right, go see. Let's go see what we get. Yeah, you got stealth. It'll time out. It's not permanent. The other thing is you have to be a certain distance away from any NPC in order to use it. Now I can actually still sprint while stealthed as well, which is nice. The rogue has a lot of movement. I'll show you one. I'm curious to see what we got. How did we end up in this? Did I get experience from it? I wasn't even paying attention. Event started, event abandoned, event started. Events are a little bit jacked up right now. PvP, you know, I only PvP when I have to. Zeus, I appreciate the follow. But for the folks that PvP, like that's their lifeblood, the actual like combat PvP. Oh, it's not letting me open it. That's weird. All right, so it did not, I guess it's because we bounced back and forth between event. Even though it says I have a claim your reward, it won't let me. The people that really enjoy PvP, from what I have gathered, you know, the actual PvP is generally fun, but all of the PvP events and stuff have been very lackluster and they don't have anything to do. So if you have the gold, processing EXP is worth a good chunk. Yeah, especially if you use the scrolls correct. Ban list when? I think never. Hey, you know what? They have said they were going to do ban list stuff for a very long time. I think I'll have to go back and find the I'll have to go back and find the live stream where they said they were actually making like a website or something where they were going to list partial information about actioned accounts. That was literally months ago. I'm pretty sure that was maybe before the Steam announcement, which was what, like October or something like that. And so they have always said they're going to do these lists. And then they've also always said they won't because of legal reasons. So I don't know, man. Steven has said that list has been on his desk all week. And he also has said that they are not going to redact anything from it. So if they don't really have to change anything for it, and it's been on his desk, then I'm not quite sure why we don't have it yet. Because from what he has said will happen, he literally just has to copy paste it and show us. But we haven't seen it yet. Actually, Steven's been absent from the Discord too. I noticed that yesterday when you go in and hit search, normally it's him and Margaret that are listed as Intrepid staff, but only Margaret's been there. So I don't know. I am highly suspicious whether we get a list or not. Steven is removing his friends 100%. Well, I don't know. I don't know that I'll go that far in the conspiracy theories, but I will say historically that's just never happened. So despite what they might say. I need a max server where I can just buy vendor BIS. I get we were testing this game, but I want to test PvP. I don't want to play the whole game before release. Why play it again? It would be like, wow. Yeah, that's a good point. So one of the things we have, I guess complained about is probably a good word, is that, we've been testing over and over and over for almost 2 years now. And, things get reset and redone. But the experience gain has always been left to be what it is for release. And I get why you would do that from time to time. Like you want to obviously see how the timing of artisanship and combat and node development and stuff works. So that is a big part of testing. And so I get why they will have periods where experience gain, is like it will be on retail. But I think there 100% are times where they need to speed it up just to let us test things more effectively. I'm not saying that they need to do that all the time. Now, I will say they do that typically with PTR. PTR, they'll reset levels, they'll give you gear and stuff like that. But that gets into the nuances of, are we playing on a test realm or are we playing on a live server? Because if they do that on a test realm, but not on this, then that starts to tell me this is more of a live server, even though they want to call it an alpha test. So I don't know. But we have had those sorts of conversations for quite a while. These birds fly far too damn far away. POI gear needs to drop at least in common. Maybe we'll get a redacted list. Well, they I don't know. I don't know what we'll get because they say that they'll do. Because they tell us on one hand that we can't. They can't give us full names, so they'll redact stuff. And then Steven, on the other hand, I think like just a couple of days ago, is like, oh, we're not going to remove any information. You'll get to see it all. It's like, well, can you make up your mind? Like, how about you just release something and show us that you actually are going to do it? Is it open world PvP? Yes, it is. It's a PvX game, so you can PvP pretty much anywhere. Now, there's a whole thing with corruption and other stuff that makes PvP a little bit difficult. But yes, you can PvP anywhere. I don't need to learn MMO looking for group systems. Been doing it 20 years. Just let me corrupt, die, lose gear, test PvP for y'all. Yeah. I just got my rogue to 19, best class in the game. Rogue has been a lot of fun. Yeah. If I was going to, I'm a cleric main, but if I was going to play a DPS, this would probably be what I'd do. Keep getting your YouTube shorts popping up in my feed. Finally able to catch one of your streams. Keep up the great content. I appreciate that, mister. It is clearly a play while we build, not a testing environment. Right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's just, that's a whole conversation. I treat this no longer as, I treat this as a like a live, geez, I appreciate the share, as a live service at this point. I know it's an alpha or whatever, but how do you see me? Hey, you're exactly right, but if you have to start scratch every time you die for PvP system, no one's going to test it. Well, no, that's true, and I think that's what you see. A lot of people don't test it. They quit. They do it once and they're done for a little bit. So why a PTR and an alpha? I mean, that's something we all questioned initially as well. Again, I think that goes back to the idea of this being a live service and not being able to constantly say it's just an alpha, bro. But the PTR was always meant to be where they actually test stuff and then they push it over to production, which again, to me basically says this is a live service game. So we can call it whatever we want, but my preference is to call it a live service game that's in active development. It's been years that a game has had my attention like this one. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. It's 5 a.m. I need some sleep. All right. I hope you have a good one. I don't think you can put something on Steam without being held accountable for improving a project. Oh yeah, for sure. But I think they're going to improve it. I mean, I will say the communication this first week back has been a little lackluster as to what they plan to do. But man, I love the rogue. The movement, the combat, like being able to did not mean to switch to a bow. That little flip is just a ton of fun. Being able to and it immobilizes them. So if you time it right, you can flip over them and backstab them again. If you time it right. Man, those little lags kill, dude. So we do the backflip. He's paused. I don't know why I went back in front of him, and then I can go backstab him again. I don't know, just a lot of fun. You feel pretty powerful as a rogue. I think with all the negative community feedback regarding corruption, they might take it out or change how it works. Oh, I think it's a very real possibility that they actually just completely remove corruption. When we got to the Steam release, and this is all my opinion, when we got to the Steam release, you know, they increased the PvP protection buff from level 5 to level 10, and also made it not just in starting areas, but everywhere. So they already started leaning towards PvP free play. And they've not changed corruption one bit since we started Alpha 2. Despite the cries both for PvP and PvE, it's not changed. And so I do wonder if we start getting into a more Arcade-like system. I don't know that corruption is really worth going through and trying to fix. I feel like it would be a much better approach would be just to frankly remove it altogether. A lot of people are going to disagree with that, and I understand why, but I think all things considered, if they would treat nodes more in an Arcade-like rotating PvP system, and then increase the rewards you get, I think that would be a much better approach, and people would enjoy it more than what we have right now with just open world PvP and corruption. Because the reality is your hardcore PvPers really don't like to PvP in the game. They just don't. So something has to change. And I think corruption is kind of at the center of all that. When you hit level 50, 25, you get a free cosmetic. Yes. Yeah, you have quite a while to do it, but yes, you'll get, I forget what it is that you get. I was in a war today, 2 full raid parties walk through each other, neither rendered in for each other. That's hilarious. Yeah, that happens, man. I have an alt account just so that I could do crafting better. And I will at times be unable to see my my alt character, even though it's on a different computer. You know, I don't know. It's weird. Keith, I appreciate the follow. Really weird. I think you'll automatically get it. They have not. I got to tell you, they're very slow on their cosmetics. So if you haven't gotten anything by now, I probably wouldn't be too worried about it. I love the movement, man. All right, we're gonna need to, I think, start making our way to Miraleth, and I mainly came onto the rogue because I think the rogue has most of my copper fragments. I hope so. The mount cosmetic will transfer to launch account. Yeah. Yeah, you should get it. They're just very, I think there's potentially even like some purchase skins that haven't been delivered yet. I'm not sure if that's been fixed or not. I don't know if anybody can confirm that or not, but I'm on Vyra. So if you're looking for a new server, Vyra has gotten very, very populated. Vyra was the 7th server to open up. So Vyra was not originally part of, was not a part of the original 6. They opened Vyra like, when did they release what? Like on a Thursday, and I think they opened Vyra on a on like that Saturday or something. So we actually did have a very low pop for a while, and which made things kind of hard. Oh wait, we can exterminate the Grim. How many of them are there? Damn. I feel like that's a bad choice. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a bad choice. We're not going to go after 6 of them. I am not that powerful this morning. Oh, you're on Resna? Yeah. Well, actually, since all of that stuff went down on Resna is when we've started to see Vyra really, really open up in population. So Vyra's gotten pretty busy. So invincibility, I've noticed animals see me, humanoids can't. I wonder if camo on Ranger. Oh, that's actually an interesting question. Whether animals can't see camo, but humans can. I think camo is based off movement though, right? You have to be still. Isn't that correct for camouflage? I bought the frog cosmetic mount, was instant. Oh, okay, so maybe they fixed that then. I know for a while the cosmetics were not immediately coming over. We just went there with the majority of OC. Where the OCE guilds went. Yeah, Resna, stay away from Polar. I mean, put somebody in Polar's Discord, see where they're going, and go somewhere else. John, is that a real question? Are you messing with me? Are you being for real right now? Do you think Dreadmist is the Ashes killer? You want to know what my first thought was? In order to kill something, it has to be alive to begin with. That's kind of rude though. Of course not. The number of people, I hate wolves. I absolutely hate wolves. The Twitch numbers have clearly changed, have gone down for sure. What in the hell? I hate wolves, guys. Wolves are so broken. Wolves have been broken for so long. You can't outrun them. They follow you for too long. And they actually, Even my level 16 summoner, one wolf chasing me can take me down a solid fourth of my health, even though it might be like 8 levels below me. Like, wolves have been busted for so damn long, and I'm so tired of them. Dread Mist, that's hilarious. But I will say, what I was saying is that I do think the number of streamers has dipped down quite a bit right now for Ashes, because a lot of the big time folks have moved over to, well, not all of them, but several have moved to this Dread Mist game. So. Have they fixed the certificate issue? Which one? I guess I'm not sure what you're... Are you ever looking to Grandmaster profession? I'm Grandmaster Fisherman right now. No, I really wanted to spend most of my time during this early access doing crafting, artisanship stuff. It's been challenging, to be honest. People always ask if this is the WoW killer, so I thought I'd switch it up. That's hilarious. Polar on... No, not all of Polar is bad. That's true. Good morning. You're so... Oh, yeah, up early. Yeah, weekends. I mean, we typically do 7 to 11 a.m. So it is early, but that's kind of what historically I've always streamed. So they're just playing the systems that they know better than everyone. Well, no. Okay, look. Here's the thing, though, right? When you find an issue that's a potential exploit, you're supposed to maybe test it 2 or 3 times, report it, and put it down, right? I think we can all agree that that is generally what we're supposed to do. There have been some notorious guilds that simply don't do that, that have at times not even told Intrepid what they found. And some of those guilds have had their guild leaders' characters reset multiple times. So there is clear history there, and very clear behavior that is not necessarily in the best interest of Intrepid and Ashes of Creation testing. It's in the best interest of the guild. And so we can split hairs one way or the other, but there's a clear pattern for some guilds, is all I will say. And what I find very funny is this whole dupe thing, EBC Wolves thing over on Resina came about by a guild that's notorious for their own shenanigans, probably only because they didn't want another guild rivaling them. And so they gathered information and then immediately turned it over to Intrepid. So again, I don't think that was out of the best interests for Ashes of Creation. I think that was a very, very intentional way to help protect their position within the game. Resina has quacked, started on that server after 350 hours. I think I'm going to have to put it down and wait to see what happens with development. Yeah. Has to be alive with Savage. Yeah, it was kind of rude. I was so far behind that them destroying the cities didn't really affect you at all. It's good. I mean, ultimately it's going to get built back up, right? Like it's a pain in the ass, but you know, decided to be in a pain in the ass, you can always build them back up. So long term, does it matter? I don't know, but it definitely pissed off a lot of people. But you know, I also will say, to be fair to Polar, they're not the... Damn, I didn't realize I have all this shit in here. They're not the... You know, while they are the villain, the bigger problem here is Intrepid's game design, right? So while yes, Polar is a villain a lot of the times, they really, for the most part, are using systems that Intrepid has designed themselves. And so, you know, we can yell at Polar all we want, and we mostly do. But at the end of the day, it's really on Intrepid to design systems better or fix the current systems that they have so that these sorts of things just can't happen. Have you done all the life skilling? I'm trying to do it all. That's what's making it so hard. So I have multiple alts. I have a gathering alt, a processing alt. We're about to start up a weaponsmithing alt here if I can get everything set correct. Because, you know, as you go, you can only grandmaster in 2 things, right? So if you think about it, if you wanted to eventually try to grandmaster everything, you have to have 11 characters. And each server only, each account only lets you have 5 characters per server. So if you actually wanted to try to grandmaster everything, you need 3 accounts. Probably not going to happen. I don't know how long it would take to grandmaster everything anyways. But yeah, so I'm trying to generally do as much by myself as I can. So, and it does take a while. It is not the ideal way to play. I will say that. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Something's not working. No, now it says it's working. What the hell's going on here? Weird shit. All right, sorry. Yesterday kind of threw me off with everything breaking, so I'm just very like, oh, is it working or not? This is Ashes of Creation. The relic spawned today within 30 seconds. Polar had it in a caravan. Fuck. Can't get new certificates or rep at the vendor. Take mats, but gives no certificates to run crates. Oh, really? All right, let's go look at that real quick. Where's my mount? Is it all of them? So can you buy the certificates and not use them, or just not buy them at all? What's slow? Bots are plenty. Yes, bots are everywhere. So there's some interesting, I'm going to have a video come out tomorrow, hopefully, if everything goes well, really looking at the statistics of Ashes and where we've been for the last 4 weeks, player numbers and all that. When you look at it, it's very interesting. When they close the servers, so when they have to restart servers or bring servers down for patches and stuff, there is always, the Steam charts have never dropped before 4,000 or below 4,000. So, you know, is the concurrency we see accurate? I'm not sure, because I also wonder how many of those are just bots. So it's hard to grasp, man. How pay to win is it? It's not. There's no pay to win. You can get new certs. I mean, you can't get more settlement. Oh, the currency, the tickets. What's up, Hosey? We're on Vira. Yeah, they did. Got a vid on crate trolls in Resina. I think last weekend we actually had that happen to us running a crate. A rogue killed the mule. I killed the rogue, and a friend of the rogue was able to pick up the crates that fell off the mule, put them on their mule, and run away, all without getting flagged. Which meant if I tried to get my crates back, I would have become corrupted. So wonderful design. What's up, bot? McBotface, like your name. It's just people keeping the launcher. Yeah, no, it is. But there's also, I mean, so it just makes it hard to understand what your density is like, right, with players. Yeah, where's it at? Yeah, the requisition agent. So we can't turn in buy orders anymore, right? Is that broken? So you can't get these tickets? I'm pretty sure, right? Then their friends killed them to get corruption out. Yeah. It is a mess. It is what it is. All right, we're going to put on some of our copper fragments. I don't have a lot of them, though, so we're not going to probably be able to do much. That as well. Where's the sickle grips? That. We're going to see how far we can get with this stuff with a brand new. Because I have so much damn ash timber. All right, we'll just pop over the oak. All right, let's see what we get with this. If there's room. I actually don't know if there's room in our storage. All right, there is. Yeah, if you're on, if you do come to Vira, you can certainly join our guild. It's small. We are not big go-getters either, so. All right, we can make what? At least 60? No, because it's 2, so 30. We can only make 30. All right, well, we'll see where we get. Let's switch. You don't get rep or tickets. Not sure if you can't turn in. Oh, so you might still be able to turn in. You just can't get the rep. I got you. Rubik's, I appreciate the sub over on the YouTube. Yeah, so then if you don't have tickets, you can't pick up the certs. Gotcha. I got what you're saying. I sold about 40 Lego certs since they locked it down. Oh, are you selling? Is it good money? Oh, that's your main channel. Gotcha. I know you wouldn't frame it this way, but my thoughts on the numbers are they've lied every step of the way. Why would you believe them now? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I don't think they're, I've been asked the question, John, of whether they're like inflating Steam or inflating reviews. I don't think that's happening, but some people do. Can I send my, yeah, I might lose it. I'm not going to watch it on stream probably, but no offense. I just hesitate to open up any YouTube live on stream that I've not watched before, if you know what I mean. I'm Lou. I appreciate the follow. If you could pick one thing to make the game better, what would it be? Multi-classing is meh. Add another healer class, shaman or druid, and add monk. If there's one thing to make the game better, I don't know that there is one thing that could make the game. Not just one. I mean, multi-classing is a big part of it, if they can do it right. I back the game for nodes and multi-classing, so nodes have already started to take some back roads in their development. So, are we not going to connect? What's happening here? Why is this taking so long? It never takes this long. You can turn in, but rewards have been turned off for technical issues. Yeah, I wonder if they found, I assume there's an exploit. Not sure. A longtime huge fan, played after the recent release. I don't think the game has the vibe at all, which is big. I know it's not finished, but that's what scares me the most. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of folks that right now are not going to have a lot of fun. So, and that's okay. You know, you wait, you see what happens. The game will come back. They will be going to beta this year. So that's what worries me more than anything. Is what comes from that. All right, let's start moving stuff around. In order to do weaponsmithing, what I think is the fastest route is basically just using that timber along with copper fragments, and from there making just novice harvesting tools. I think that's probably the most cost-effective and experience gain effective process for us to try. So that is what we will do. All right, I need these and these. Yeah, I think that's it. One thing I need most is server stability and performance. Well, that's number one for sure. I mean, if your players can't connect, this is another thing that drives me nuts. Look at everybody fishing. You can fish, right? Let's see. Actually, let's fuck about for a minute. All right, was it K? Skill book, fishing. Let's fuck around for a minute. Let's see if we stand here and we fish. All right, so we're able to fish, guys. We're fishing next to the guild clerk. What if I open this up? So we open up our storage. And then I can open up my inventory. And then as I catch fish, well, maybe. So this is how botters are doing this, right? So we're fishing right here. I catch a fish, or I didn't catch a fish. What the hell? I didn't. Okay. Anyways, but you can easily make things, right? You can make bots that will easily transport, and then you can just have endless fishing. The problem with doing it here is you don't have a way to repair your stuff. So the really bad spots are the ones where you can actually fish right next to something that lets you repair your pole, and then botting becomes super easy. So, whoa, it's getting dark. What's going on? Hold on. The light is coming through behind me. That better. Ain't nothing I can do about the sun. The bots are fishing next to the vendor and selling, repairing. Yeah. I mean, it's a super easy script. There's no real way around it. Cause all you have to do, like there's, I mean, you can do easy libraries that are just even visual identification, right? And you can have something that is just constantly scanning the screen. And if it notices up here in the corner that there's a broken icon, then you can script it to do key movements and other things to repair it. It's like super easy. And it's something that like easy anti-cheat will never ever catch. So I don't know how they get around it. I love how you often can't fish off a bridge or a rock next to the river, but you can fish inside the castle walls. Very true. I thought I was smart by having 5 fishing poles, so it takes forever to have to go repair. I know, right? I don't know. Hopefully they'll fix it. I mean, that's been a known issue this whole time, but bigger things to fix, right? All right, let's go craft. I think we got everything we need. We'll see what we can get. On Resonant Halcyon, there is 20 people fishing next to the laboratory vendor. Put in multiple bug reports for it yesterday. Same people for over 5 hours. Yeah. You know, that's everywhere. The same thing happens over in the pier, unless they've changed it. The over here, the cookhouse and Hideworks. Unless they've changed it, you used to be able to sit right here next to the vendor and cast, and then you could just constantly, you know, do whatever. The real question is, how come they can fish from a little puddle? That is the real question. I can fish in a random 3-foot puddle, but not in the middle. In the middle of the desert. Yeah, that design, right? That is kind of a curious question. I guess if anything's designated as water, it's fishable. I don't know. You'd think there'd be a depth to it. All right, let's go in. I think it's over here. So we want here. All right, so we want to just basically level this up, because right now, nothing that I craft is really going to be worth shit. Especially now that the servers have been open for 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Like, none of this stuff is going to be anything that really sells for profit on a marketplace. So it's an overall loss of money when trying to level. So the easiest thing to do is just look for, all right, well, what's going to be the easiest to obtain to quickly level through. And you have things like this. This obviously you have more copper than you have timber. And in my experience, it's so much easier to find timber than it is to find copper fragments. Now copper you can get obviously from mining, and then you can go through a stoneworks and get copper that way as well. But for the most part, I think it's much easier to get ash timber. So when I look at this, I don't want to do the 5 copper fragments and 1 ash timber, because I feel like it's just time-wise. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone tell me if I am. So what I actually look for, and then when you go through all of these, I I guess the shield is not, that's actually super simple. Holy shit, I've not noticed this one. All right, we're going to do a little testing. So only 2 copper fragments, 1 ash timber. If I go down here to the gathering tool, which is what I was going to do, it's 7 timber and 2 copper fragments. So this shield, by far, so far, the easiest to level up weaponsmithing that we can see. Let's see, what's the sword? 5 and 1. Yeah, that's not as good. Scepter, 5 and 1, not as good. Dagger, 5 and 1, not as good either. So, and that's too much stuff to go through. This is wildly expensive. Okay, I think we have, yeah, 5 and 1. So all of these are going to be 5 and 1, right? Yeah. All right, why is the shield so inexpensive? I've never noticed that. Problem is we don't have shield final touches. So I'm going to have to go travel in order to buy some of those. But with all things considered, I think it's going to be better for us to go ahead and actually we can, well, we can't do a test either, and see how much experience we get from a shield versus a crafting item or a harvesting item, gathering tool. I assume it's going to be the same, but we'll see. You ready to use shielded level? Yeah, for sure. Looking at this, if this is only taking 3 things, that is 100%, 100% what we're going to do. So, when does, well, we're not in beta yet. We're in alpha. Beta will come sometime this year. Beta's, what we've been told is beta will be short. All right, we're going to log out and go with a different character, go run. Get final touches off the equipment vendor. I don't think I have one in Miralath. Do we? I already logged out, I guess. I can double check, but got to the apprentice super fast with shields. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be what we'll do here. The number of items that you need to do it is super, super small. So, compared to everything else. Was he there? Hold on, let me look. Oh, the equipment vendor. I thought you can't buy final touches there. Did they change that? Because I always had to run back to Briarmore in order to get those things. Did they change it? But yeah, beta will be sometime this year. My opinion is that they'll launch this game by the end of the year or the start of 2027. Pro tip: craft and use deconstruction kits on the shields and get back the resources like 30% so you can reuse them to craft even more shields in one go. But what's it cost to create a deconstruction kit? Do you know? I mean, we can certainly try that method. I always thought deconstruction kits cost a lot. Is that not true? All right, this is taking a long time to log in, guys. It's usually not this, doesn't take this long. All right, let's go over here. Oh, someone died. Wonder what happened. I would love to see someone loot that body and then a guard kill him. Depends on the...
I got Fant MX down.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that. Oh, I love this. Oh, that bone strider. Oh my god, that looks amazing. Little janky animations, but why does it look like it's going like 5 frames per second? Yeah. All right. Let's see. Materials, shield. Oh, they are there. Are all the final touches here? They weren't before. I wonder if it's because, oh, they are. What about, okay, what about, what's the other one? Pick head stuff, pick. All right, so that is not. All right, final touches are here, but the gathering tool stuff, all right, and then that's going to be because, what do we have? We have stoneworks, laboratory, agricultural supply. Okay. All right. You know, in order to save some of the money, I'm actually just going to buy the final touches here and put them in the bank. How many do you think I need to buy? 100? It only stacks to 99, right? We'll just do 99. This is funny. On the European server, you can't leave the game in town, otherwise you'll end up in a multi-hour queue. Well, they admittedly, I will say, also give us, they give people in the content creator program queue bypasses. So I can say that because Steven openly admitted that, but Scorp's notorious for moving at five frames per second. That's awesome. In Sunhaven yesterday, like 8 random people died in town. I looted their body and hopped over the wall. We've recorded a couple of times now where people don't know that they're going to flag, and they loot a corpse, get flagged, and then and then end up getting killed. It's actually happened pretty frequently, surprisingly, or not surprisingly. I don't know how you want to look at it. For 6D constructing kits, you need 1 granite, 1 Western Lark, and 1 copper. Is that really it? Oh shit! I gotta go get some Western Lark then. That's cheap. All right. Why did I think it was so much more money? But you get 30% back, you say? I mean, that's better than nothing. For sure. I mean, that saves you 30% of your time. How do you fix Skyrim glitches? I have no clue. When we start streaming that game, I'll let you know. Can't log out in a town at peak on NA either. Yeah, I mean, it's... So when we look at queues, I don't know. So my curiosity with queues, we have dynamic gridding in, right? That's what we've been told. Oh my God, who am I running into? Weird. There's a shadow, a very pixelated shadow, mind you. Oh, here comes the floor. Is the person here? Where's the person? Well, now I'm not slowed down running through them. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening here. Is that where someone died? Is that where the corpse was? Oh, we got another shadow here. Oh, I'm running through somebody. Oh, running through them again. Apparently, if you do it... Oh, there we go. I'm stuck. Sorry. Anyways, what I was saying. So when it comes to the queues, where I get very curious with that is we're told that dynamic gridding is turned on and functioning, and that it's automatic, it's not manual, meaning that they don't have to go in and turn it on and off, that it just functions. So when they say that, the whole point of dynamic gridding is so that when when servers become too overloaded, it can split, and so you can make room for more people. And so where I get curious is if that's the case, and that it's on, and that we know that all of these queues are happening in settlements, the server workers in which settlements exist, then why is the grid not splitting to allow more people on? And I have never, if I open up this, I've actually never seen this split, this server worker. I'm told that it would go 67_1. I've never seen that happen. So I don't know. I start to question, is dynamic gridding working? Does it not work in settlements? Maybe the issue is that they haven't gotten it able to work with all of this, with a settlement. Maybe it works like out here, but not here. Because otherwise, I mean, I would think theoretically queues shouldn't happen, or maybe their dynamic gridding can only split so much. So maybe we, you know, it can't go any lower than 400 people on a server worker or something like that, or 200 people. I don't know. I wish they would tell us a little bit more about how dynamic gridding is functioning when we have such big queues. Have you heard that many Europeans play on US servers? Otherwise, well, I think all of the servers are actually located in the US, aren't they? Am I wrong in that, guys? I think dynamic gridding is causing the queues. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what's going on. You get back final touches almost 100% of the time. Oh, that's nice. And 30% of copper back. Okay. I have 200 FPS, and on Big Town, 70 to 100. Everybody's rigs are hit or miss too. I don't know. I thought the dynamic thing wasn't in yet. Now they say it is. Finally, someone's streaming this. Yeah, streaming Ashes over on TikTok is not super popular. Yeah, see, I think it's over on TikTok. TikTok isn't a very popular place for Ashes. we'll put it that way. Yeah, Ohio. Yeah. So even your European servers are located in the US. All right, so here we go. Actually, before we do this, I need, oh shit, did I forget? All right, we want to get that extra boost from crafting that comes from commissions, and I hope that I remembered to fucking, sorry. I hope I remembered to put that scroll in the bank. We're gonna find out though. Is it here? Processing, gathering. All right, here's crafting. I only got 15 minutes worth, but hey, better than nothing. All right, let's see what we get. I really hope they release the housing and the animal husbandry breeding as soon as possible. More systems, please. Housing should be coming. I mean, you know, freeholds worked for a little, well, they worked. We're told that they're going to start doing housing, you know, this first quarter. I don't know why they ultimately took freeholds away. I don't know if it wasn't working with dynamic gridding or what, but you know, freeholds were briefly in, and then they moved it, took it away. So that should come back in. And you know, there have been game files that have shown the work on static housing as well. Animal husbandry, I gotta say, I don't think that's going to be in the breeding part. I really don't. Not in anything sort of complex. So I think that's one of those things that that we maybe see later on, but not anytime soon. So they have far too many other things to try to fix. Think about it. The bank doesn't open in the city. You have to click 5 or 6 times to interact with the NPC. Switch from European to the American server. Nothing like that happens. Well, they also, I mean, the last patch, they fixed the bank stuff, right? Like I've not had any problems opening up my bank anymore. You did have to used to sit there and wait for like 2 minutes. And that was happening on our server as well. So that has gotten fixed with whatever they did with the recent patch. So if you could change one thing right now, instantly, what would it be? I have 2 competing thoughts and I only get pick one. Is that what you're saying? My initial thought that came to mind was content. If I could fix one thing right now, I would have a Riverlands full of content, complete with quests. But then I immediately thought if I had one thing, probably server stability would be the next. But that goes to my 3 things, right? The 3 things that I think they need to address: server stability, content, and PvP. But I would say there's some other quality of life things I would love to have. I would love to have a shared bank across my characters. Especially if they're going to force me. All right. So if you're going to force all of my characters to share citizenship, then I want to be able to share a bank. I'm glad that they let us have the extra bag space as a citizen. But if you're going to force me to have all of my characters be a part of that Miraleth, then I want a shared bank space. And that would be a huge quality of life thing that I would love to see implemented, because then I don't have to worry about hopping in and out of characters, and it just becomes a little bit easier to do things. So Intrepid, if you hear this, please consider that. Content is a big one. Yeah. The one thing we want right now is the list. Hubsy, we're not. I don't think we're getting a list. I really don't. I bet we're here streaming next weekend and there is no list. Kaltorum is broke. My alts and Joeva are fine, but my dude up there in the anvils is super laggy, rubber banding all the time. Really? I've ran up there a few times. I have some, so when I've run up there, I have had issues. Gosh, where was it? So as I start to sort of cross right through here to go up anywhere in this area, like I have noticed that there's a lot of pitching and other issues that have popped up in this area. So Jay and Furbs, I appreciate the follow. I'd rather there be one starting zone with tons of content than 2 split starting zones. I'd agree. What server are you on? Smash TV. Are you on our server? I was joking about Dreadmist earlier, but it's actually been better received than Ashes. Well, it's because Dreadmist hasn't been available in the public space to talk about and shit on for 9 years. That's why. I'm sure if Dreadmist had been in development for 9 years openly, there would be just as many people shitting on it as there are Ashes of Creation. I'd be happy if we could send ourselves items by mail. Another great point. Intrepid, if you are listening, please let us start sending mail to each other, to alts, to friends. Please let us have another method beyond just a in-person trade or trying to use the guild bank, which then opens up a whole host of other issues if you trust your players or not to withdraw and deposit things into your guild bank. Let us mail stuff. Just let us mail things. That would be awesome. I like the game. It's hard. You don't have quests to finish leveling. I like on WoW. I mean, well, so yeah, so people can very easily get to level 25 in 24 hours. So this idea that Ashes is somehow old school and it takes forever to level, and that's a great thing. The only people where it takes a long time to level are the ones that do not have the ability to know life the game. Anyone that can sit and play this game for 18 hours will get to level 25 within 24 to 36 hours. So, I don't know. We could talk about that many different ways, but it's not like there's some big barrier to leveling because there aren't quests and because you have to grind. People can grind their way to 25 very fast. All right. What game is this? This is Ashes of Creation. All right. We're going to just see what we can get. Let me pump this. All right, we got to do it now. Hopefully we can... God damn it. Are you serious? What happened to my goddamn timber? I have timber. Is it ash timber? Son of a bitch. It is ash timber. Son of a bitch. I don't know why it has to be ash timber and not any timber. You can go get wood that's coconut and shit all day long. I'd like to know why the shield can't take coconut wood. All right, we're gonna waste a minute and a half. Oh, you know what? Son of a bitch, we're gonna waste more than that. I think I left all the ash timber. Oh, here's some. All right, we're gonna at least try to get some done. All right, that scroll's pretty much wasted at this point. Huh. I was not paying attention to that. We have a lot of ash timber made. It's just, it's over on a different character. So the game currently lacks stability and armor balance. Playing with light armor is simply impossible in both PvE and PvP. Yeah, I can see that. All right, we're gonna try to get what we can out of this this scroll we just burned for no good reason. What do we get? 342 weapon experience. So let's see how far we can get with what we got. Can you guys hear Discord chiming in the background? I usually don't have it active and I forgot to turn it off. And that's going to annoy me. You can. All right. Hey, we leveled. All right, I'm going to probably turn it off here in a second. I was doing some research for the video I'll hopefully have out tomorrow. Of Steven's Discord posts, so I had it open while I was copy paste or screenshotting some of it. So all right, I know this is this is great gameplay, right? But this is the life of a crafter. We'll see where we can get with what we got. Got only 10 more of these left. I think I'm about out of copper fragments anyways. So I don't know. We're going to have to probably go mine in order to get more copper. I guess I can see what it costs on the auction house, but I hate spending money for shit. Hey, we completed a Destiny objective too. All right, there we go. All right, how many did we make? Anybody know? We made a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 3 is 24. 25. 25 got us to level 4. So I was making novice tools to level weaponsmith. Was that a bad way? Oh, so yes, what we have just found. Yeah, so if you go to gathering tools, I think this is what you're talking about. So these cost 7 timber and 2 copper fragments. But if you go to the shield, it's 2 copper it's a lot less. A lot less total cost. So I think this is probably a better way. We're in real life sitting at the assembly line. Oh, you were, yeah. All right, guys, let me real quick. Hold up. Let me, I don't know I don't know where the Discord is along all of this. So the way my setup is, I'm going to need to, I think, do this in order to turn it off. All right. All right, there we go. All good. Shouldn't do anything now. All right, and then we'll keep these. Who does the deconstruction kits? Does anybody know? I actually kind of want to play through that process. Is that over here? Is that in the... All right, so you have tempering. I hear you. Deconstruction. Wait, what is all this? I thought you said it was just one. I thought it was just, who said it was just one granite? What do you say it was? A granite, and it was cheap. All right, is this? Granite grinding stone? What is that? Is that just one granite? Turpentine. Is that crafted? All right, so where do you get turpentine from? And then the coal, whatever it was, is probably from this, right? Or is it not? Yeah. Oh, damn, and that takes copper. All right, so that's your one copper. Oh, hey, my copper fragments are done here. And then what's the other, where do you get the other thing from? Oh yeah, the Western Lark. Gotcha. That's what it was. Granite, copper, Western Lark. Okay. But if I only get 30... All right, I'll have to do the math in my head. Because if the thing only costs two copper and 30% of the time I get 1 copper back, is that right? But it costs me 1 copper to make the deconstruction kit. I don't know. I guess you're then at least leveling up 2 different things at once, right? You're going to be leveling up your arcane engineering as well. All right. I also want to find this excavation of kits. Does anybody remember the name of the recipe? What's the recipe in order to make treasure maps? Was going to be one that I want to try to explore again, but I know I don't have the the Mystic Lens recipe. Turpentine comes from alchemy. Shit. Yeah. I hate that they added the Mystic Lens. I won't go into that rant again, but I've never been able to find the recipe for it either. Mystic. Let's see. Yeah, not here. I'm selling one on market for 20 gold. Are you talking about the recipe? Holy shit. 20 gold, dude. That's wild. You get back your final touches too. All right. Let's, I guess now I got to go back and get the rest of our ash timber. Where'd you get the recipe to drop? I've only seen the recipe drop once from goblins. That's it. Top secret. Well, that's not cool. I have seen it drop once. It was at the end of phase 2. Crafting is just crazy unless you go totally all in at the start of a wipe, as far as I can see. And even then, you'll never beat the no life guilds. Yeah, I mean, you do fall behind. It's challenging. Top secret lion toll goblin area. Are you serious? You're messing with me. You're just all right, we're gonna play around. All right, we're gonna finish this up and then I'm gonna put that to the test. Treasure maps for everyone, guys. Treasure maps were so fun. There's a trick. Ooh, okay. There is a trick. How can you get a trick with a loot table? How are the nodes? Been trying to keep up, but it's been a while. I mean, things bust here and there. Vira, the problem with nodes for a long time over the holidays is that Miraleth was broken, so it could not update. And then now that it has, now we can't do buy orders to upgrade stuff. So I don't know. Nodes are a mess, but kind of functional. All right, what the f am I doing? Okay. Well, we will we can run back with Stabby as soon as we finish our crafting, see what happens. Oh, hey, I didn't realize I had other copper fragments. Thought I had taken all these. We should have a ton of ash timber. I usually don't like to get rid of ash timber because you need it for the tools, the lumberjacking and all that shit. But we'll take it. We need to level up. Ash is easy to find anyways. Life of a crafter. All right, we're gonna go see. We'll we'll figure it out. I'm excited now. You got my blood flowing. I've always wanted. Well, then the problem though is that you have to get monocles, which cost. They're what, blue? Like then you have to get those sons of bitches to drop. Which is also not easy to do. So I don't know. I wish that I don't think treasure maps though, as much as I would love to see them go back to normal, I don't think that's a high priority for obviously for Intrepid right now. Sadly. All right. 10 copper plus 10 western lark plus 10 granite, and you get 60. Oh, that's right. You said you get it by 6 as well. 60 deconstruction kits, and they get back the final touches and copper back. Okay. What's wrong with treasure maps? Treasure maps used to be a much more engaging system. You know, you get both what are called faded treasure maps, and then you get completed treasure maps. And you, in my experience, by far are more likely to get faded treasure maps to drop, which you then have to go and craft. You have to restore them, basically. And, you know, that's always been a crafting process, but it's usually been a simple crafting process. And then they added this whole monocle thing. So in order to process the faded map, now you have to get a specific recipe to drop, which is very hard to find. And then you also have to, beyond that, you also have to, it takes a blue item that's a rare drop in order to even craft the rest, like to use the recipe. I don't know. They've made it very complicated. And it used to be, I mean, treasure maps were a lot of fun. Like that was something that we did a lot of streams. Like we would just go to treasure hunting. You know, you never know what you're going to find. Sometimes it took you into challenging places that you had to fight through. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And I feel like they've made it not fun. All right. We're going to store some of these. I don't like that I can't right click to move stuff out of guild storage. We're going to store those shields so that I can then deconstruct them later. Started a few days ago and wanted to do maps as main gold income. They're just hard. They're hard to make. I don't know. It really did used to be a very engaging way to make money. It's a lot of fun. Or even just to get your crafting stuff right for your characters. All right, we're still running into these people that we don't see. Like there's clearly a person here because you can see their shadow and I can't run through them. But they're not showing up yet. It's so weird. And they restarted the server last night too. A lot of times, most of the problems are server degradation, but even with restarting the servers, it's still an issue. So I think sand can ruin the need for treasure maps. You think what? I don't know what you mean, Jose. Did you have a stroke? All right, we're gonna go back, make some shields. All right, I'm fucking gold. Hold on. Turning rocks into sand gives you the metals you need, so you don't need maps. Oh, I got you. Yeah, but you still found a lot of interesting stuff through treasure maps. So I'm on Vira. Is it possible to join your guild? Oh, yeah. I always preface that. I'm happy to have anyone kind of come hang out, but we are not a hardcore guild. And then during the week, so I have a career and job and stuff. So during the week, I'm also, as guild leader, not always able to jump on all the time. Although I did buy a laptop so that I can maybe do some stuff at work. But I still had fun, Hoodsie, with the quest aspect of treasure maps. It was a lot of fun. All right, guys, we're going to, so we can make 35 more. Is that, no, wait. All right, let's see what level we get to. Wow, I'm lagging with this. I'm moving too fast for the game. The game really is, I don't know if you guys can see that. It's lagging. It's not liking me doing this. Weird. Very weird. I would even cut the sound. Did you hear that? It broke the sound. I mean, you only give me 5 minutes on the cooldown of the scroll, so I gotta use it. All right, so we're gonna end up crafting what? 60 shields in total, I think. How much money have we spent? That's another question to look at. I mean, we still have a lot of gold. Well, not a lot of gold, but we have money. Crafting fun. Why am I unable to craft? Insufficient resources. What? What's insufficient? Oh, weird. All right, so that's the lag. Yeah, I'm out of copper. What's up, Oracle? How you been? I hate when speeding this crafts and the camera moves a bit in the background each time. Yeah. Notifications are still going. All right, so I think we just crafted what, 35 plus 25, 60? 60 total shields. What level did we get to? I didn't pay attention. 7. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Busy studying the temporary system. How's it going with that? Okay. Oh, I don't have a place to store all these. All right, that's fine though. It's all right. I don't need a ton of space. Oh, I can add more. How much does it cost? Fuck that. 5 gold for 8 spots. You gotta be kidding me. Man, I need to work on a setup command. I don't have that. I can tell you what it is though. It's a 4070 NVIDIA with a 7950 X3D AMD processor. I do have 128 gigs of RAM as well. Luckily, I bought all that many years, months ago, long before it became $1,000 for RAM. So. I mean, I have to say that's not terrible. I mean, to get to level 7 weaponsmithing, it's not terrible. We have plenty of timber, so what we need now is copper. So, I mean, we can always look on the auction house, I guess, and see. I hate buying stuff from the auction house, though. Money is so hard to come by. I guess I could sell my own stuff on the auction house, but. Let's see what it costs. Copper. Actually, let's just look copper fragments. Materials. 1 silver. Forget that. Don't think so. 88 copper. I mean, I get it. It costs money to make them, so you got to try to sell them. What does it cost to make copper fragments? It's not that much money, is it? 1 silver, 25. Yeah, I know decon kits. I know. All right, so we need to go out. We need to get copper. Copper, Western Lark. And what was the other thing I needed? Granite. Yeah, 128. Well, I can tell you why I got 128. We're going to actually get onto our rogue, I think, and head back towards Lionhold, and we'll try to harvest some there. On our way. Man's here with pen and paper playing. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Dude, I got like Google. What the fuck do they call it? Google Sheets set up, man. You got to think about what you're doing. This game is too much, man. You got a complex game that doesn't have a lot of good tracking systems, doesn't have a necessarily great UI nor explanation. So yeah, I write shit down. I mean, think about this. I'm trying to make a simple shield. in order to make the shield, I need to make sure I have enough copper fragments, which means I need to get copper either from ore or from processing sand. I also need to have timber, so I need to get the wood, process that down. Very simple. But then I also want to do decon kits. So in order to do a decon kit to get to use on the shields I make, so that I get back more materials that I can then use to remake shields, I have to now go get granite, copper, and western lark, so that I can make 3 different things that then get turned into a decon. So yes, I wrote that shit down. Thank you. What's the gameplay loops like on this? Oh, it's grindy. Yeah. The first 6-7 levels are pretty good, but after that, it becomes a grind, which some people love, some people hate. Just depends. I miss those kinds of games. Oh, for sure. I mean, EverQuest, man. You know, this is back. You had what? Shit. What was it that we used? Like EQ maps, EQ traders. These really, really old school ways of just figuring stuff out. Like I posted like a how-to, well, 2 things. One was like a how-to short on crates, but one was also like, how do you explain complex systems to new players? And I actually had a couple of comments like, oh, this is old school. You know, this is old school. You shouldn't tell everybody how to do everything. They need to find out for themselves. It's not on Intrepid to put that into the UI. It's like, well, number one, when we're talking crates, that's like a main system here. So yes, it is on Intrepid to tell us how to do it. But 2, like, I don't know what you're talking about with sort of old school stuff. We have had all the way back to EverQuest, Ultima Online. There were different methods of figuring it out, but you always had places to go to that told you how to do things. That doesn't excuse the developer from doing it. Like, those things had to be put in place because the developers were unable to do it in game. You know, with today's tech, they should be able to do it. So I don't know. The people bitch about that. It drives me nuts. All right, here's some granite. Did I get shit? I don't have the mining. It's fine. We can still grab some stuff while we're running around. Is the end game good though? It's largely crafting loops and some PvP. There is also some dungeon type stuff, open world bosses, but not a ton. Yeah, the 128 gigs of RAM is actually because when we did Node Wars, it took there were such terrible memory leaks at the start of Node Wars that that I bought a whole bunch of extra RAM. So my favorite old school grind was Star Wars Galaxies. Oh yeah, no, that's as old school as you get. So what do you recommend I do with the basic materials I get from mining in the early levels? If you're trying to make money, you probably just want to sell them. You can potentially also process things and then sell them, but it's far easier just to sell. Glitch, I appreciate the follow. The old school games had in-game tutorials. Exactly. Or they had manuals. Anyone remember when games came with manuals? Isn't that some crazy shit? Do you know if you can buy an apprentice bag from a vendor? No, it's only the auction house. Only the auction house. All right, that's probably enough granite, right? Is it a 1-to-1? Because then I'm gonna also have to get. I guess when you're doing sand, granite's just gonna purely turn into tin, right? So I need to get basalt at some point, correct? And Western Lark is even more of a bitch to find. I don't know. I think there's some in this area. I know there's Western Lark all over here, but down in New Ayla, that's a pain in the ass to run to. Remember when WoW made everything accessible and casual friendly and it got really popular? That wasn't by accident. That's true. That's very true. Can't argue that. Make stone into sand, get copper, zinc, tendonite, coal. Okay, so you get it. So it's not the same as the harvesting. Gotcha. I remember code wheels. Remember code wheels for copy protection. Game reminds me a lot of Lineage 2 way back in 2008. Priceless memories, grinding with my buddies, no mid, maxing, just exploring the game. Shit. Well, I mean, it's based off Arcade and Lineage 2, so it's good that you feel that. That's what they're going for. Any grind spots you'd recommend for level 13 summoner? I would just tell you to start moving outside of Riverlands. Go down in the desert. Or there's you're getting some other things. Oh yeah, somebody else mentioned desert as well. So oh, there you go, near Oak as well. I don't know if you can get outside of the Riverlands. So also, you know, if you don't mind running a little bit, some of the best places to like even grind, just harvesting stuff. Like if you just go right outside of Riverlands, if you just go right through here, there's all sorts of trees. Now the problem with that is most of, you know, these are going to be like coconut and stuff. So they don't work in Riverlands recipes unless it's just like, you know, just says timber. But if it says oak timber, ash timber, then it won't work. But like nobody's over here harvesting stuff. So you have all day just to harvest whatever you want. And actually, if you don't mind running even further, there's a spot. Where's it at? There's a spot like somewhere up in here that's just full of flowers, literally like fields of flowers. But it takes, you know, it takes 20 minutes to run there, 25, 30, I don't even know. So if you're going to go there, you're going to go there with the intent of just, I'm just going to harvest. Yeah, lark and hemlock around mountain areas. Yeah. Is the stream laggy? Hope not. Is anybody else seeing it being laggy? I thought I fixed it from yesterday. I had no idea it was based on Lineage 2. Yeah, no, it is an Arcade. I'm on Vyra. I mean, so OBS is telling me everything's fine. So I don't know if anybody else is seeing lag or not, but hopefully not. I will say the game lags here and there. So that might be what you're saying. Seeing. I hate wolves. I hate wolves. Whoever designed wolves can kiss my ass. The game, yeah, it is stuttering at times. Up north, there is difficult to traverse mobs every 15. I mean, I can go up there on a level 16 without any problems. You just have, yeah, you do have to be careful. Mara does not have much lark, yeah. Winstead or Halcyon. Yeah, there's also, I mean, if you go down to New Ayla, there's quite a lot down there. What's up, Sentiment Perry? Flower fields are directly east from the Minotaur War Camp across the lake. Yeah, I think we're talking, yeah, I think you're, yes. I'm not paying attention. Goddamn, what am I doing? All right, so we're running over here. We're going to be looking for a named. I was told the goblins in Lionhold. Now, I don't know if that means... I don't know where exactly that means within Lionhold. So if anybody has ever seen a named mob, let me know where you saw it. So I don't know if it's through here. If it's the actual like starting area of Lionhold. So if I was to buy this game, what tips would I give you? Definitely do the introductory quest line. It will give you a lot of experience. It will teach you a fair amount. It will get you a bag. It will give you your harvesting tools. So definitely do the introductory quest line. Then also you're going to want to do your destinies. So if you hit L, that's these things. Do your destinies because they do give you also a lot of good experience and other goodies that will help you early on. After that, I would say you probably are going to want to find a guild because things will turn into a grind. So those are my big things. I think I'm taking a break. Yeah, I mean, it's getting... Oh yeah, you mentioned it was named, so I'm trying to... I'm curious. I feel like I've seen it named running around somewhere, but I can't remember where. In the center with all the goblins, there's a building with the name Goblin on top. Oh, on the bridge bit. So up here. Is that what you're talking about? So do I need to go up? All right, I'm going to run one place. You tell me if I'm wrong. So when you say left and up, is it up here? Or is it up beyond me? Right here? All right, well, we're going to see what we can happen. Do I got to kill stuff to make him spawn? That was weird. Two-minute timer. Well, we'll see what happens. Seems a really cool game. Is it going to be reset? Yeah, no, you will. Yeah, you will 100%. What the fuck was that? This game will get reset. Why most rogues playing with great sword instead of daggers? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I guess it has something to do with skill tree. I've not played around on the rogue long enough to try and understand great depths of. Like the greatsword was actually a lot of fun with the cleric for a time. Hosey played a lot with the greatsword. Isn't that right? Or am I making that up, Hosey? As a cleric. I think it was like a leveling build. Great sword, AoE grinding with ward. Yeah. That's what I thought. What's crap? Oh, the reset. Well, yeah, I mean that's part of the whole part of being an alpha. It will get reset. It's been reset many times. After how many hours of gameplay does this game get repetitive and boring? I mean, I think for the most common people will probably get a good 10 to 20 hours, and that is actually something Steven has himself quoted before they really get bogged down into a grind. So that is what I will quote is what Steven has said. These name mob grinds would take me anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours to get any recipe to drop. We'll see. Well, I want the, I'm trying for a different recipe. We're going to see if we can find it or not. If you do not find a community to play with, the game is night and day. Yeah, I mean, it is a very different experience for players who play in a big group, big guild, for sure. Depth and higher axes are worth leveling due to the last 2 nodes. Oh, I can't loot it. What did it drop? Did it drop anything? Went to you. The robes. Where should I try to level up as a rogue? Make sure you have money. I mean, have you gone outside of the Riverlands at all? I will say one thing with these little grind spots like this, you know, it's obviously not a huge experience gain, but you start getting quite a lot of glint over time. So. Oh, how long before they reset characters from this phase? We don't know. I didn't mean to do that. Where is... Why do you always have the server info active? I don't know. It's actually just turned it off because I forgot I had it on. Usually it's for when I'm just looking to see if I've crossed server worker boundaries and seeing if that changes some of the issues that pop up. So you chose Bard right out of the gate. Yeah, Bard is a lot of fun. Bard is a highly used, highly needed guild or class as well. Why is you not? There we go. You can take that. I mean, I'm just trying to get the whatchamacallit. All right, where is loot rules? I played Bard and EverQuest 1 to 2. Yeah, it's nothing the same, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, why is it not showing me convert raid, leave party, mark, trade, invite to guild? All right, why is it not showing me loot rules? Does anybody know? Oh, I actually got to go into party settings? Okay. Yeah, we'll just do free for all. That's weird. I don't like I have to go into the actual... Anyways. Yeah, so EverQuest 1 Bard, vastly different. I was hoping for something like Tune Twisting. But we don't have anything like Tune Twisting, so sadly. They ruined EQ2. EQ2 on release was such a good game. It was a really... I think my opinion has always been that EverQuest 2 on release, on sort of the... you can have some of these fabrics. I don't know that I need them. EverQuest 2 on release was much better than WoW as far as being a group-based game. But because WoW succeeded so much being a much more solo-friendly game, they then went through and changed EverQuest 2 quite a bit, unfortunately. WoW succeeded because of instancing and no EXP loss, yeah. And they had both equally solo and other options, so. Hello, party person. What are we up here for? Tommy? 2 what? I find this interesting that they just come jump up here. What level are they, actually? Level 10. Okay. Man, it's just this dang fabric, dude. All right, we'll see. We're going to do this a little bit longer. We're hunting for something very specific, so... And we're going to keep that under wraps for right now. I don't think WoW sucks. I think WoW is... WoW is obviously built for specific people, but... I mean, if we look at just market economy, like it didn't become the best, you know, highest popular, like it didn't become the MMORPG because it sucked, right? Like there are obviously like, you know, there are obviously people who the game's not for, and they aren't going to like it, but doesn't mean it sucks. You're still playing EQ. EQ was great, man. I loved EQ. What do you think about EQ3? Are the servers going to get a population? expansion? What do you mean? What do you mean? I guess by population expansion. EQ3, I thought they have. Well, they've talked about doing EK3, EQ3. No, they came back out a couple, like 2 years ago. EverQuest Next got canceled a long time ago. But they came out a couple of months ago saying that they would do, they were going to put in, I think it was like, it was only like $30 million or something. It wasn't very much. Which of course made me wonder, like, what are you going to do for $30 million? If there wasn't server issues with Lotro, I'd be playing it. Yeah. EQ1's newest expansion is pretty good. Well, maybe I'll jump in there one day. But when they quoted such a low amount of money, it made me wonder if they were just going to refresh the original EverQuest and sort of modernize it. I would totally be down with that. I don't know how everyone would feel about that, but like if you just upgraded the graphics and UI and added some quests and stuff, I think EQ1 would be an amazing experience. I mean, when it comes to pure like lore and story and shit, EverQuest has been around for so long. Like you just have you have potentially endless stuff at this point. Now the servers can't handle the population, and the servers are going to be fixed when new areas open. I don't know. Their servers have such a rough go around, man. Put 3,000 hours in BDO grinding mobs. Yeah, that's rough. Gave you horrible flashback. I don't know. I'm not much for a grind, to be honest. I'm not a huge. Probably the most I've ever did for grinding was I really ground out. God damn, that's all this guy's gonna drop. Really, I did a lot of grinding getting the Winter Spring mount in World of Warcraft, getting the rep for it. That's probably the most I've ever done as far as grinding in a game. I don't know how their servers. I don't know, guys. I don't know what. Hopefully we see improvements. I mean, one of the not like the guy, but one of the main server leads is working for Epic now, right? He left the company, I'm pretty sure. And no longer works for Intrepid. Pretty sure. I don't mind. I appreciate being hanging out with me. I do want to get to some of those deconstruction kits, so we'll see if I don't know how much longer I'll hang out here, but I appreciate you showing me this. Love a good grind spot. You got 16,000 hours on BDO. Holy sh. You know, Saddam Imperial, when Steven talks about, you know, the idea of licensing IntrepidNet, I don't think they're anywhere close to that idea. Like, I know that's probably a dream of his, but who would buy this as a tech at this stage? Right? Go outside? What do you mean? Man, still same old stuff. Shame old, shame old. The Godly Zebra. All right, I really need to know this person's name. Where does it come from? The Godly Zebra. Love that name. They need to get dynamic meshing functional and smooth. Then it will be more interesting. I just don't know that they can. I have to say, when we look at things like freeholds and them getting removed, I feel like that was largely because of dynamic gridding. I don't think they could get it to work very well. The same with when we talk about how queues are largely only in the settlement areas. I have to think that that's because dynamic gridding doesn't work very well with settlements. And I don't know if it's because of the process of splitting everything up. And when they have so many different actors and entities in a small space, is it really hard to separate them out dynamically and create the second server and make it all mesh well? I would love to hear more from them on that, because I suspect that is a problem. I suspect that part of why, you know, we're not seeing a lot of dynamic server gridding stuff, and we are still seeing a lot of these queues, is because it's just trying to get that to function has been incredibly hard, is my guess. We don't know, because for a company that says that they're the biggest open development group there is, they don't tell us. I had 2 to 3 years of playtime in WoW when I quit WoW over 10 years ago. Yeah, I played WoW for a long time. Probably, well, I mean, 2004 to when did Pandaria come out? Is this fabric worth anything? Not worth anything. Huh. That's good to know. Vendor trash. I guess it's just for this recipe, isn't it? The robe. Is that even a good recipe? I mean, it's a novice, so like, how long do you actually use the robe for? Probably not very long. Yeah, that's how long I played up until Mr. Pandaria. I've jumped back in every once in a while. So I mean, I've done, you know, Legion and some of these others, but I've never really stayed for very long. Destiny quest robes are better. Yeah. I wish Pandaria never came out. Yeah, I know. I mean, especially on the heels of Cataclysm, like, it was very meh. Very meh. What's up, Stunner? How you like Kata? You like Pandara? Then really? I loved Cataclysm. What about Cataclysm you didn't like? AOC and Star Citizen are the only games I know of trying to get dynamic meshing working. I'm hopeful one of them will get it to work because the industry needs new tech. I agree. Dynamic gridding, if we're able to get it and get it functional and you know, if we can get dynamic gridding as it's promised, it would be a huge boon to the industry for sure. That would be such a highly licensed tech. But here's the thing with dynamic gridding. Like, you have on one hand Intrepid, you know, trying to build it. On the other hand, you also have Star Citizen trying to build it. Between the two, they have like $1 billion in development money, and no one has yet been able to implement it into sort of the degree that we have always envisioned. Now, I think both companies have versions, right? Because I'm pretty sure Star Citizen has some form of dynamic meshing going. But I don't think either have been able to get it precisely where we want it to go. I don't know, if you can't do something with Star Citizen money, it just makes me wonder if it can ever be done. We will be testing our dynamic meshing in live servers this year. I mean, it's on right now, what they tell us. They have said it's turned on currently. Or are you talking about over in Star Citizen? Are you talking about Star Citizen? I need to jump back into that. I have access. I don't know. All right, so Star Citizen doesn't even have it open and going yet. So, I mean, I think that says something, you know? Star Citizen has so much money. Oh my God, I'm so tired of the fabrics. Is it a D&D game? Are you talking about this game? This is Ashes of Creation. This looks a lot like WoW. What are some of the key differences? They're the same in that they're both MMOs, but Ashes of Creation is much more group based. It's also what's called PvX based. So PvP can occur anywhere. You do not have to flag in order to be PvP'd. So those are probably the big things. Lots of people say AOC is just a money grab at this point. What's your opinion on this? I don't think it's a money grab or scam. If it is, they've lost. I mean, they've lost so much money in development. It would have to be such an awful, terrible scam. Like, if your goal in starting a scam is to lose $100 million, I don't know what you're doing. Because they've spent $100 million at this point. I think it's better to say that the game has been very poorly managed. And that the reason we're 9 years in and we only have as much as we do is because of that management. I don't think it's a money grab. I don't think it's a scam. So, my opinion. Well, Harv, so I'm on Harv number 1, I'm on Vira, if you want to join. But 2, I actually am working on a video that I'll put out tomorrow. Assuming I can get the editing done today. That goes a lot into the details of what Steam has brought to them. And I don't think it's as much as what people think. Yeah, Vira. Money grab after how many years? Yeah, that's what Dark and Stormy, that's what I mean, I think it's very fair to say it's very poorly managed over the years. But to call it a scam and a money grab, I don't see it that way. Myself. They obviously did Steam to get money. I mean, you have to have money to develop a game, but I don't think it's purely a money grab. Lich King expansion was the best expansion, and leveling was entertaining. I agree with you there. What's the end game like? It's a grind. It's a grind. In-game is largely a grind for artisanship stuff and maybe some PvP, but PvP is kind of fundamentally broken right now. There are some open world dungeons and open world bosses. For you to explore, but not very many. By cat, I was on and off WoW and completely quit in the middle of Pandaria. Oh, shit, why did I switch to a bow? Weird. I like Kata. I don't know. Going to Steam may have partially been about funding. Well, yeah, I think it definitely was to finish. I think Steam was definitely, obviously, to try to get enough money to finish the game. You know, we have always been told for long periods of time that the game is, quote, fully funded. I think the behaviors we have seen and the decisions we have seen made suggest that might not be the case. Because otherwise, I don't know who in their right mind would think coming to Steam right now makes sense. You know, Steam, they actually have done okay on Steam. I wouldn't call it great, you know, but they got to 31K concurrent. Right now, we are starting to see a dip, but, you know, for the most part, they're hanging tight around a population of like 20 to 25,000. So, I mean, in the scheme of things that way, they've done better than I think some of us have felt like they would do. But I think long-term Steam just hurts them. So we'll see. I hopefully I'm wrong. If I would be fresh starting the game right now, how would the gameplay look? You get quests for the first kind of 6 levels. After that, it's all a grind, either solo or group-based. Steven better undo than what nerf did they give the mage? Oh, there you go. Noel got it. Yeah, regular questing around until about 6 to 8, and then you get into the grind. So far right now in live servers, we have server meshing, meaning we can play seamlessly across server boundaries, i.e. a planet may be one server, but the space around it between the other planets may be another server. Yeah, when dynamic. You're still talking about Star Citizen, yeah. When dynamic comes in later this year, the systems are supposed to create those server spaces, boundaries based on player population. I hope they can do it. I mean, I hope somebody can. The Steam game storage system is an awesome upgrade. Yes, there will always be dips in the game like this. Well, yeah, that's natural for any MMO. But I mean, does anyone think the game's going to survive on a concurrency of 25,000? Here's the thing you have to also keep in mind, right? Like, if you look at some of the estimated numbers right now, the game ownership estimates, there's 3 companies that will do that. They range anywhere from about 200,000 owners to like 350,000 owners. However, you know, Steven has always told us that the game has already sold 150,000 copies to alpha and beta owners. So how many of the Steam estimates are prior owners versus new buyers? It's hard to say. And I think that obviously affects the amount of money they got by going to Steam. I can tell you about 33% of the reviews on Steam are done by prior owners. Hey guys, it's been about 2 hours. Malachor, I'm going to take a quick break. Like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I heard my daughter just came downstairs, so I want to make sure she's got breakfast. So I'm going to hang out right over here. Hopefully we get that recipe, but I'll be right back, guys. Okay. All right, sorry guys. We should be good to go for the rest of our morning. This is finally the game we are looking. Real old school hardcore gamers, not for sissies. PvE crabs. Hope game will grow in that direction. I really want this game to be successful, but I'm pretty concerned with the game direction. Seems like they have good intentions. I'm curious. So when we think of old school, what does everybody think of when you hear the words old school? Like, what does everybody think when you hear old school? What do you think? Old school for you is EUO and EU. Wow, EverQuest. So what do you think defines old school? So when people say, I want a game that feels like old school, what does that mean? SWOTOR, SWG, EverQuest, Ultima Online, but I'm 40 plus, yeah. I'm there with you. Gathering Sweat and Project Entropia. Oh wow, that's a game I've not heard that name in a long time. Old school is code for shit. Lineage 2 for me. C4 interlude. Have to work for what you get. Have to work for what you get. Okay. So so that's what you tend to think of when you think of old school. No data mining or in-game metrics like meters. Because I feel like so many people talk about old school. There's two things that a lot of folks bring up. They bring up the idea that you have to be in a group for everything and that you grind for everything. I don't know how people feel about that. I have some, I think back to my experiences when it comes to having to be in a group for everything. You know, that is actually not how MMOs were defined. When MMORPGs were not defined as having to do everything in a group or a raid. When you talk to the original creators of the term, Lord British, right, is who created the word MMORPG, or the idea. Shards as well. Like that meant purely that it was a shared world. So while it's always easier to do things in groups, when I think of old school games, I don't think that it had to be done in a group. I mean, I soloed a lot in EverQuest. I mean, who's ever heard of quad kiting with the druid? Right? It was harder, but it was possible. I don't know. Old school usually means outdated systems. Well, and that's part of why I bring it up. Like, we have this idea that the old games we played were the best, but, you know, part of that's nostalgia. But a part of some of that, you know, when we talk about grind and stuff, they didn't have tech. The technology wasn't there yet. So I don't know. I'm just curious how everyone, when you think old school, what that means to you. So old school games we played are seen through rose-colored glasses. Yeah, I encourage anyone that has the time to go play. Go play vanilla version of EverQuest and see how you like it. For 2026, do you think it's better for AOC to introduce new things or systems or to improve and modernize existing ones? I think they need to throw down on the core pillars that they said they would give us rather than worried about old or new. I think at this stage, they need to really put the brakes on brand new systems and just just try to really polish what they have in right now. What does Steven think old school means? Arcade Lineage 2. That's where he would see things. The sit and grind on mobs design is not good. I also think initial adept radiant gear system is super flawed. What classes are solo viable? In this game, all of them. Yeah, Lineage and Arcade are his sources. Today, companies make games and create loops with monetization in mind first. I think there's fair. You know, also at the end of the day, they have to make money, right? I mean, I know we get like hung up a lot on the money-making side, but they have to make money to make the game. I do think things get predatory a lot, like the idea of, like how Ashes did a lot of their packs. The idea of FOMO. Like I think that has some predatory parts to it. So. But they have to make money, right? Otherwise, they're not going to last. So, you know, specific to the gearing system, I actually think you're onto something as far as it being flawed. One of the things that I've not really liked progressing through here is this idea that you really only get gear upgrades at intervals of 10 levels. Now I know within those 10 levels for crafting, you're going to get epic and you're going to get different versions, right? Epic and legendary and heroic. But the reality is to craft those things takes a lot to where it's not really worth it until you get to the max levels. So what that ends up doing is you really, Cafe, I appreciate the follow. So what that ends up doing is you really, I think you get towards later stages and you feel under geared because you're running with level 10 gear all the way up to 20 and 20 gear up to 30 and whatever. So I do feel like the current idea of gearing, I liked the general idea, right? That you'll have initiate and adept and these things, and that within that you can have different qualities. But the way crafting works, that just doesn't pan out to be very fun or very useful. I mean, maybe it's easier to make things that are uncommon or rare, but you're then not getting like huge power gains by doing that. So I don't know. You can grab some of this stuff, man. I'm just messing around. Also indirectly creates somewhat PvP tiers too with the gear jumps every 10 levels. Yeah, again, I feel like the theory that they had behind gear leveling with grades changing every 10 levels, and then within those 10 levels having different quality levels. Again, on paper, it does make sense. And it sounds kind of cool, but the way artisanship is currently the way artisanship is currently designed and the way gear drops currently work and all of that, it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't feel very good right now. It just feels very underpowered for the most part until you get to a higher level and crafting and whatnot where it makes sense to start making some of the more high grade, high tier stuff. There's that road recipe again. But anyways, they made crafting such a pain in the ass. You need 20 people to craft a set of gear, and 12 of those people need to be farming gold. You got it. I mean, that's true. They have made it a pain in the ass. That is for sure. Here is my always reaching back out to everyone watching. If you haven't followed or subscribed, please consider, especially if you've been watching for a minute. If you like to hear my voice and have some conversations, give me a follow. We're live every Saturday and Sunday. So I wonder what is causing everyone's EAC issues. I never have. I haven't either. So I don't know. I installed, I did install, why is that doing that? There it is. I did install Ashes of Creation on a laptop, and I did have to verify files due to an EAC mismatch, but after that, I've only had to do it once. Finally on full screen. Yeah, we do both. I'm sorry. We do, you know, yeah, we do have horizontal, and I do stream horizontal in addition to vertical, so. But YouTube likes to push out the vertical more than anything, so. Like right now, YouTube has pushed out vertical far more than horizontal. I realize you want depth to crafting, but it feels almost mobile-esque in how the menus feel bloated for the sake of content. Yeah, I mean, I do think that there are elements of the game that feel too complex for no good reason. If that makes sense. Like, I think when complexity is needed or indicated and makes sense, it can be fun. But when you're doing things, when you're making things complex just because you want to extend grinds or stuff, I think you start to lose your sight on what's good. What's up, brother? You good? Okay. Is the lag only in Lotharia, or do people in Europe like to play in a massive server only for only Europeans? No, I think, what is it, Shoal? NA has some pretty bad lag. I will also say, depending on where I'm at, this area for me is notoriously bad for lag right through here. Even when no one's around me. See, I agree with Nullspite. I paused leveling at level 10 to try and craft my own gear. It's just not worth it. 2 to 3 crate runs. Through starting crafting zones to buy full common adept gear. Yeah. I mean, you're gonna, the way it always seems to go is, you know, really your big, big guilds are going to be the ones that can funnel all the time and energy. I don't know. I've always wanted to be a crafter. So, you know, for me, it's unfortunate that it just takes a long time. Alpha 2 is supposed to test the Harbinger event, yet it don't work. I mean, I thought they said you had to have like 500 kills or something to trigger it, isn't that? Or Bish Lasagna. I like your name. Thanks for the follow over on the YouTubes. You get ganged on Avens to Briarmore route yet? Yes, I have. Are you on Vira? I've not done any crate runs for a minute though. Yeah, we did last weekend actually, while we were streaming. Had a like level 10 naked rogue come up and kill the mule. And then I killed him, but because he was corrupted after killing my mule. But he had a buddy that was not flagged come up and pick up my crate, get on their mule, and run away with my crate. Do you see the design flaw there? In order to get my crate back, I would have had to have gone corrupted because the person that picked up my crate didn't flag by picking up my crate. So that is the design flaw. The way it should work is the same as though you are looting a body. If you are looting a corpse, you will get flagged, right? We've seen that happen many times. We've had some really fun, good moments of players looting bodies and dying because they get flagged and then a guard kills them. And so really it should be the same. If you pick up someone else's crate, you should get flagged. And that person whose crate you picked up should have a chance to kill you and take their crate back without the threat of corruption. That is how it should be designed. It's how I hope it gets designed. I think that would be a very easy fix to the way PvP is currently working with crate runs. Why you don't run crates or caravans alone. Here's my issue with that though. It's like right now the only way to make money is through crates. Right, so you've introduced a system that almost everyone's going to have to do because literally everything's crates. And then you're catering other parts of your game to casual players without telling them about this part. I don't know. I don't like it. So, how did that level 10 kill your mule? It was a rogue. They just now I think the other thing that I can do better is to I need to get the next tier. I need to get the next mule. The one that has more hit points and a faster travel time. I think that would help as well, obviously. And then a summoner can just run with their healing pet, jump off, heal their mount, and keep going. I saw a level 25 with weak weapons struggle to kill mules the other day. Well, depends on the mule. I mean, it's not like an immediate, you know. Oh, we got it. We got it. Malachor, you are the best. You are the best. I agree. If you pick up the possession of another, then you should be flagged. Yeah, I don't know why they have it designed that it's not. It's so weird to me that they decided to design it this way. Well, I appreciate you, man. I'm going to put that to good use. I'm going to let him spawn one more time and then... Yeah, I appreciate you. Have a good one, man. You need anything from me, let me know. I don't think so. Theory of the mount is 20% faster. That doesn't compensate the third crate in terms of profit. Well, it's more efficient. You don't need to run crates to make money. Oh, we got someone else coming up here. They didn't see me stealthed, I don't think. I won't. I equipped daggers at 20 and my damage changed. I used to hit harder, but now hit a lot, but not as hard. I think the weapons need an ability, damage breaker down or something. Yeah, that's a good point. They had 9 years of designing this, so why haven't they fixed it? I think crates are relatively new. I don't know, did we ever have crates as a discussion years ago? We always had caravans, but I feel like crates were never really in the picture. All right, we're gonna run our granite back and then go try to find some lark and some other stuff. Caravans have evolved over time. Yeah, I feel like crates, I mean, I'd be really curious when crates were first ever mentioned on the wiki. Berserker Moose Gaming, I appreciate the sub on YouTube. Yes, give me a sub, follow me, Twitch, TikTok, YouTube. Does anybody watch, I'm forgetting the guy's name. I need to come up with a catchphrase. There's a guy I love to watch and I cannot remember his name that he always talks about food. And he's from, I think he's Irish. Is he Irish or Scottish? But he always says, follow me, I'm delicious. Best class, why are you flagged? How are you running so goddamn fast? What did he do? Did he loot? Oh, it's a rogue. Are they going to try to get... How's that thing moving so fast? Look how much faster it is. I'd say that's worth it, don't you? What do they cost? 5 gold? You've seen him on Instagram. He's funny. Yeah, no, he's like, follow me. I'm delicious. I need to come up with something like that. Follow me. I'm your best theory. Won't drop if you're above level 9. Yeah, that's a good point. So you think the servers can handle a full-scale world event at the moment? No, not at all. Somebody was in. Who was in here? Are you still here? That did a war yesterday? Somebody did a node war, and they said that none of the raids could see each other. Garen, that's it. Yeah. He's great. I need to come up with something like that. He's not corrupted. The Baghorn has much better speed over standard mules. Yeah. I need to probably find that. Find a cheap one. Do I get level 25 when I need to start crafting gears? I mean, that's a great question. Do you start crafting now or wait? I'd probably just get to 25 if you don't really care much about crafting. You might find that it's easier to just buy stuff. Is it Merle? Is that how you say that? I appreciate the follow. We had a war on my server last week. It was terrible. Yeah, I don't think people can see anything. I think that's what they're saying. Like they had the different grade groups that were supposed to be fighting, like visibly couldn't see each other. Yeah, servers are just not. There's no way you're getting a 500v500 fight in this game. It just won't happen. Not right now. I think maybe 100 versus 100. You had a war in Lotharia. How did it go? How does the marking prey work as a ranger? I've not really played ranger, so I probably shouldn't be one to comment on that. I would craft only as you have the mats naturally and just level. Perfect advice. There you go. So if you're not wanting to come into Ashes and primarily be an artisan, I think that's great advice. Craft only as you go. And if you have the mats, otherwise just level. You know, we were told forever that in Ashes of Creation, you did not have to enter into combat if you didn't want. You could be an artisan, and you could completely progress through the game as an artisan. I don't know that to be true anymore. I think when you look at the cost, I don't know how an artisan gets that ball rolling and keeps it rolling the way the economy currently is, the cost of artisanship. And then how quickly you pare down to only having 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 different skills. I don't know. Maybe we can turn it into something like BDO over time and have a little conveyor belt of characters doing different things. But I don't think right now it's at all reasonable to simply be an artisan. Well, I guess maybe if you're in a large guild, maybe then you could, if people were funneling you everything. Also thought if you worked for it, you could get a freehold too. I know, right? That's a question that irritates me, because, you know, we have been able to interview Steven 3 times, and I was very big on asking questions about freeholds. And one of them I specifically said, I'm not looking for a handout, but if I put the time and energy into it, can I have a freehold? And his answer was almost like Oprah. It was almost like, you get a freehold, and you get a freehold, and you get a freehold. As long as you do the work, you all get a freehold. And yeah, that's not the case. Which is fine. I'm over it at this point. I'll hopefully just find somebody nice that lets me use their freehold. So these little things are also buggy. These dogs, they don't go away. I saw a picture the other day of like literally like 50 of them chasing somebody. Video made all life skills into family instead of individual characters. Yeah, I would love to see that. Is there a limit to how many professions a player can do, or can one player do everything? Oh yeah, there you go. There's your answer. Yeah, go on. 2 Grandmaster. So Grandmaster is the top tier. So you have 2 Grandmaster, 3 Master, 4 Journeyman, 5 Apprentice. There's 22 total artisan professions. So if you're going to want to try to do everything on your own, you know, you're going to need 22 characters. Or 22 characters, Jesus Christ. You're going to need 11 characters to do all 22 artisanship things, which is going to be all of your harvesting, your processing, and your crafting. So when you take that into account, one account can only have 5 characters per server. So to get to 11 characters, you would have to have 3 accounts. So in practice, it's probably not going to be that most people do everything on their own. And keeping in mind, each one of those is a grind, right? All 22 of those is an EXP grind. So you're just gonna have to rely on other people, or be a part of a big guild. Kind of the best advice I can give you if you're starting out as an artisan in the game is to only focus on like a couple of things. Don't focus on everything. Don't try to harvest every tree and every rock and every flower. Like, go out specifically. Say, all right, I'm going to gather wood. I'm going to process that at the lumber mill. And then I'm going to maybe turn that into be a weaponsmithing person. And then you have all of your skills kind of lined up in a way that you're not overwhelmed and it's easier to sort of do. That would be the advice I would give anyone that's sort of curious about starting into the artisanship realm. I'm Journeyman Tailor, Master Weaver, soon to be Journeyman or Grandmaster, Herbalism, Master Fisher, and Apprentice. Yeah. Way too much work, 11 characters for it all. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Wasn't there a streamer in P2 that played a crafter passive play style? He didn't. I don't know, was there? I don't know any passive people like that in my cohort. All right, what were we doing? We got granite. What do I need to turn the granite into? Does anybody remember? I'll just do that on this character. It was a granite. We're gonna make destruction kits. Horse, come back. Where'd you go? It was a granite block. Is that right? Grinding stone. Granite. Grinding stone. All right, where do I make that? Well, I assume it's over here. Let's go to Stoneworks. Oh shit. That was weird. I like to gather and craft. I could sell what I don't need. I mean, that's true too. You can make a fair amount of money selling stuff, but if your purpose is to go up on your, probably if your only goal is to make money, I would just, here's what I would do. I would go in here and I would just, I would level all the gathering stuff up. I mean, that's where I would spend all my time because you're going to be able to sell all this, right? So, I mean, there's only 5. So you'll be able to push all of them up to apprentice, and then you'll have to start sort of picking what you want to do. But if your goal is mainly to just make money. Oh, look, everybody's fishing here. And they're by the vendor, so they can sell and repair. How nice. Isn't that so cool? All right, what guilds do we got? The Enclave. Anybody know the Enclave? Ember and Ashes. Oh, I've seen that. I think they're bigger. Sorcerer. Source Error. Interesting. Leona. Echoes of Creation. Eternal Flame. STP. We got a lot of Enclave people right here. I wonder what bot stuff. You know, there's only one reason to be standing next to these vendors, right? It's because you're running an automated program. Only reason. You're right by the vendor. You can automate repair. Only reason. Tip, pick a gathering and its supporting processing and stick to that. Yeah, that's what I do. I wish Steven would drop a world boss on Fishers again. I wish that we were allowed to do it. Give me some GM powers, Steven. He won't do that. He doesn't like me enough to do that, but. Follow me. I'm delicious. All right, what am I making? Granite something, blocks. God damn it, I don't remember what I was supposed to make. Was it a grinding stone? What was I supposed to make? That's a grinding stone, right? Did I write it down? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the grinding stone. No, it's sad. I can't, it's not letting me go under the branch. I'm short enough to. Bot hunting is a gameplay loop now. Go near them and they swing because they think a mob is in front of them. Flag them up and take their loot. I've heard of some folks doing that. How do you do that with fishing though? All right, yeah, granite grinding stuff. That's why the bots are hiding in town now. But they've always been in town because you're right next to the repair person, right? Well, I guess maybe not. Maybe not always. All right. We're just gonna make these. Get rid of that. Start processing that. I think next I'm going to get back on the summoner and we're going to go try to hunt down some Western Lark. Probably makes sense. I think it's a little ballsy for some guilds to be sitting here doing this. You know, if this is automated, they are clearly violating the terms of service. Botting an RMT in an alpha that will wipe is so insane. Oh man, there's been RMT for ever. Is that a gnome? It's a dwarf. They've had RMT for long periods of time. What's up, Sergeant General? How you been? It could be worse, guys. You could main a game where botting is tacitly encouraged and killing them gets you mass reported. Yeah, so again, this has been going on for really the entire time that we've had early access. And what they're doing, fishing is obviously AFK. Now you will time out after 15 to, I think it's 15 minutes. It used to be 30. I think it went down to 15. And there's easy things you can do to automate key clicks and other stuff, right? To make it so that you don't actually time out. Anything that you can use to simulate keys will keep you from timing out. And then they come here to the vendor. They stand by the vendor because then they can also set up macros to repair. So you have a constant repair of your fishing pool. And so you can essentially have an endless loop as long as you have space for your fish. Now, I don't know how many of these people are also just selling the fish. I mean, that's certainly something you can do just to make money versus like selling them on the marketplace or processing them. But so that's also the thing that you can do by being right next to a vendor is you can just constantly sell your fish. Now you can also automate things probably in a way to sell common stuff, keep your legendary and things like that. But that's why they're here. So the fact that you can even just fish from here is a problem, but there are literally probably hundreds of spots like this across Vera. So, but again, I think it's very ballsy. I think it's very ballsy that some of these people are doing this in their guild tags. And there's a lot of Enclave here doing this. So Enclave, Echoes of Creation, Eternal Flame, Leona, Ember and Ashes. Y'all need to talk to your folks. STP. This will get your guild in trouble because if they get caught RMTing, botting, whatever, anything that gets traded around to your guild members might get you in trouble as well. I think it's funny. It's up to the devs to change the game. Oh no, for sure. For sure. I mean, they need to fix those spots. Where even is the water? I mean, you have the river right here. Stunner, I appreciate the gift subs. Thank you very much. 5 gift subs. Appreciate you. Exploit early and often is a saying for a reason, yeah. I don't know, I do think it's ballsy to do it for with your guild tag, but whatever. Whatevers. Watch it be Steven selling gold to get funds. You're not the first person to say that. I doubt that's what's happening, but does raise the question of why they're still here. The more people do this, the faster it will get fixed. I mean, but Carnivore, they've been doing this. Now, granted, they were like half-staffed all through the holidays, but people have been AFK fishing, doing that, running that script for weeks, like weeks. Clearly, there is something, and so this kind of I think goes back to they have admitted they use AI for elements of their design, right? And I assume a big part of that is going to be the world design, the layout of the land, the rivers, cities, stuff like that, that they're using AI assist. Clearly, having this, something is not coded correctly in that you're allowed to fish here. I wonder how much of that is AI related. And they just don't really have a good way to go back and fix it. I don't know. But clearly, for some reason, the world thinks you're near water. And so you can fish. And unfortunately, that makes it very easy to make scripts and stuff like that. There's even somebody up here on these crates. Look how far away you are from the actual water. Like, I have to think that's something within the AI world generation that's just messed up. And I don't know how easy that is to fix, or if they even want to. My jaw actually shocked how cheap gold is going for. Is it really? Is there another exploit? Hold up. I got it bookmarked here. Well, I mean, Player Auctions has it less than $1. But it's still like 96 cents. Stunner, I appreciate the bits. I don't know. I'm still seeing prices listed here that are not changed. I did hear there was potentially another another dupe in the wild. 96 cents per 1 gold, yeah. Because that is one of the ways they found out there was this dupe on Resna, right? They the gold prices suddenly dropped of what they were selling. So that immediately tells you there's like a huge influx of money, right, into the system, or into up gold into the system. So that's just one way you can kind of monitor how that all works. One of the cats found it and reported it, the dupe. What's up, Brawley? Best Ashes content creator in here, big fan. I appreciate you. There's a lot of good ones though, but I appreciate you saying that. Jordan and I appreciate this sub over on Ash or over on YouTube. All right, I'll look. I'll look here. All right, I just Googled it. Game coins. All right, here we go. Yeah, Resna is 60 cents. Shoal is 65 cents. Vira is 79 cents. So it is coming down. People selling means people are buying. Oh, have you seen, what's the dude's name? Somebody showed his PayPal receipts, like literally made like $11,000 selling gold. It's like crazy. There was another exploit. That's why buy orders. Yeah, I assumed when they closed it down, that was something going on there with the buy orders. And I assume it has to do probably something with trading things before you submit or something like that. I don't know. Then he made $47,000 total over a long period of RMT. $47,000 selling fake gold in a game that is currently in an alpha state where you will get a wipe, likely multiple wipes. $47,000. What the hell? Like, what are we even doing? How much disposable income is there that you have people able to spend $47,000 in fake fucking gold in a fucking alpha game? And I wonder how many millionaires are playing this game and then just freely spend. I mean, Steven has talked about that, right? Steven has talked about how he would spend in Arcade. A hustle's a hustle no matter what, yeah. There's what, maybe 40,000 players. All right, we want to find Western Lark. So where are we going? We can go up here. I think there's Western Lark. That's Western Lark, right? The way those trees look. That's north of Winstead. That's Steven's millionaire D&D table buying up all the gold. Something, man. Halcyon also will have Western Lark. We could also go all the way down here and find Western Lark around New Ayla. But I think it's probably faster to run just north of Winstead in order to get it. So, is that right, Jose? Up here, kind of north of Winstead. It's closest to us. It's because people are so willing to part with their money for digital goods. The genres in this state. Yeah. Nutty though, man. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, we're just gonna run this way. Northwest Winstead, so in between Winstead and Halcyon. All right. Dash Farms, what's up? I've seen people in debt for Pokemon cards. At least you can have some potential resell, right, on Pokemon. Like you're literally throwing money away here. And what for? Like, what are you getting? Let me spend $500 just so that I can gank a crate runner a little bit faster and laugh about it. Holy shit. Time is money. I wish I had disposable income like that. I mean, so do I. I have a pretty good career. I have a pretty good job. I mean, I work hard, but you know, I'm pretty, you know, I do well for where my life has taken me within my career and what I do. If I went and spent that kind of money on gold in a game like this, I'm pretty sure my wife would divorce me. Pretty sure. And I have to say, I would probably look in the mirror and understand why. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'd be like, yep, I get it. Yeah. You could have had a diamond ring. I spent it on Ashes of Creation gold so I could get some fake pair of daggers that eventually is going to get deleted anyways. I get it. I'll see you at the divorce hearings. Time is money. I have a stressful full-time job. I mean, yeah, and I guess, you know, it's your money. Spend it how you want. It's just crazy to me, though. Oh, damn, that looks nice. Look at that. I can't move it around. Never mind. I hate wolves. Don't have a wife, and you solve that real easily. Yeah, I got a beautiful, wonderful wife, so I think I'm good. No chance people spending on RMT have wife and kids. Yeah, I don't know. I hope not. I really hope not. Shit, did I, oh, damn, did I not move my, okay, I think we'll have some space. I just realized like I didn't move. I should have dumped off my items before we started running, but I was too busy talking like usual. So it's fine though. I think we'll be okay here. I love the size of those bags, by the way. Wait, is that not empty? Hold on. No. All right, expand, please. There we go. Oh, shit. All right, we can move that there. Damn fish. Would she divorce you because you didn't get her gifts? Instead, you buy gold. Well, I'm just saying that to be somewhat facetious. I'm just saying it's crazy. It's crazy. People smoke cigarettes, right? You have nothing to show for that either. That's true. Hey, everyone, I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money. I think it's crazy, though. I bought gold in game before, but I'm military and go away for long periods of time. I buy to help catch up. It's real life, friends. Yeah, I can get that. Wait, I want to go this way. When people say they don't want to play because it's going to get wiped, I get it. The fact that people are investing into a game that's going to wipe me is insanity. That's my biggest point. What if you buy your wife gold? Unfortunately, she doesn't play Ashes of Creation, so. Otherwise, yes, that would be a win-win. It's I think a completely different conversation if the game is persistent, but the fact that it's not. Is what I find to be so wild that people are spending so much money. No, not a gamer at all. But we have other. I have a wide range of interests. So. But you tell me a player did 11k euro without bots running? No, I didn't think so. They have to have bots, right? Oh no, we have other hobbies. It's all good. The other thing I would say is that I think it's a positive thing to enjoy multiple different things. So I have a habit. I like to learn. I'm someone that just likes to learn new things. So I mean, I'll sit. I've had a blast watching. I'm a big college football fan. Equally, I'll sit and watch YouTube shorts with my son about physics and chemistry and math. Grew up in Indiana, so big basketball fan. And also a nerd. Love D&D. Love video games. It's all good. Just because somebody doesn't like one thing you like doesn't mean it's a end all be all. We love to hike together. I like going outside. So. I played MMOs for 20 plus years. Never did any RMT or cheating. Neither have I. I do get it though. It's just like a drug addiction. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand it as well. But I haven't either. You know, equally for me, it's not. I don't think it's super healthy to spend every waking moment, for me anyways, on this game. So even if you play on a persistent server and spend money there instead, your gear will be outdated and not worth it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the server's constantly. All right, we're supposed to be getting into the Western Lark, I think, aren't we? Somewhere up here. It was a big college football weekend. Not a fan of I mean, the pros are okay. I prefer college. Can I just say I love seeing a little boat out here? Isn't that fun? The fact that I'm just running through the world and I come across somebody just sitting in the middle of a lake up in north of Winstead in their rowboat fishing. You know, there's moments like this where this game, I think, thrives and does very well. And the scenery can be really nice to take in. So look at that. It's freaking cool, man. I get told I don't post enough positive shorts, so I think we'll turn this one into a short. Let's see, as we get closer, what are they doing? Not sure I appreciate the heart. I don't think it's sport fishing, right? Is there any? Yeah, I think they're just fishing. Wait, who's this? What's this over here? Why can't I click on them? There we go. Zoo, leisure, level 17. Rowboats were a cool addition. Yeah, I agree. What's the end game like? Largely a grind in the artisan realm. With some PvP. There are some open world. There are also some open world dungeons and some world bosses, but not a ton. So it's riding on a go-kart. Effects to low make the game look so much better. Which effects? Joel Test, appreciate the follow. Streamers definitely should be careful about accepting gifts with known duping. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I would hope. Oh, he's just getting braidwood. I would hope that they would put extra attention into that community, but if they're using automated tools. Oopsie, where am I going, man? But the fact that we just crossed into this space and saw someone on a rowboat, I don't know. There's something fun about that. All right, I see him up here. Here we go. We can see what we're looking for. Actually, there's some straight up here too. Damn, what is going on with the lag? I mean, I run a 4070 and generally don't have terrible times with running this game, but for whatever reason, there are areas that just lag the fuck out, man. All right, we wanted Lark, right? Oh, hear music. Web weavers? All right, I should probably pull out a pet. All right, we don't want oak. Where are the adult trees? Ah, shit. All right, we'll fight. Good luck preferring adult trees in Riverlands. Really? That sucks. All right. I mean, I guess we can get adolescent. That's fine. Why is every wirefish so expensive if everyone is botting fishing? Yeah, I think they're just, you're right. I think they're just vendoring it. Why is the UI not showing for this? Oh, there we go. I don't know. Does Moonbell become at all useful? I have not done anything with Moonbell. Bluebells are on the other hand. You want to make fillets? You should see my. I have a orc farmer / cook that has a shit tons of fish. Level 26 weapons. All right. Well, I've not got there yet then, so I've not found a reason to do anything with Moonbell. Hey, we got an adult. Oh shit, I should probably have a processing scroll. Or not processing, gathering. Okay. What's everybody gonna do today? Who we got over here? Pirate is streaming Ashes. That's nice. All right, it looks like everybody's coming back from Dreadmist. Shobek's on too. Shobek's fun. I was watching him play. Who's this staring me down? Zoo. How are you? Why are you staring me down? Are they gonna fight me? Am I taking their trees? Grinding for TBC. Yeah, Shubek's great. They bounced servers. Do you know where they went? Oh shit. Oh wait, they're over here on Byra, right? I think somebody said that. All right, why is this? Why do I feel so powerless? got raked over the coals recently in the WoW community for a blatant ninja loot. Oh, I don't follow that, so. What was claimed to have been looted? Did you hear if those mining quality bag or axe? Wait, by the way, did you hear if those mining quality bags or axe actually bring in something? Oh no, I think people have tested those that they do. I will say actually once I went to the Journeyman fishing pole, I also started noticing a change. So I do think the differences in poles and bags and stuff affect what you're getting. For sure. It was on video, there was no claim. He lost a roll and took the item. He also had full gear doing the duping explosion. I don't know. Grown men fighting over pixels. Better than cocaine. All right, we're about to get into some trouble here. Is there an easier way? I don't want to have to fucking fight all this shit. All right, there's a big tree over there. Let's see if we can get to it. Better than cocaine, says who? Says the parole officer. So with this crafting then, if you say you wear leather armor, are you able to craft it yourself from gathering and the artisans you can do? You can't, yes. It will be an interesting journey and challenge, but you could. What you would want to do is obviously look at, okay, if your goal is to be a crafter, because artisanship has 3 different areas, right? It has crafting, processing, and gathering. And so if you really want to be a crafter of leather armor, then you're going to want to go in and look at the recipes to see what it is primarily that you're going to have to bring in order to do that. And then you're going to sort of backtrack, right? Then you're going to look at, okay, what do I do within the harvesting realm? What do I do within the processing realm? So if you're wanting to do leather, you're probably going to pick up hunting and as your gathering skill, and then you're going to process the skins and stuff you get. And then you can turn that into a crafting leather. But you can only, like, the higher level you get, you can only master limited things. So you can only master two things can be grandmastered. So and things get so complex that I would definitely suggest that you stick to just one path rather than trying to do everything. Don't do leatherworking, it's a trap. I mean, I hate the hunting aspect of the game. I absolutely hate the hunting aspect of the game. But yeah, the best advice I think anyone can give you, if you want to have a full experience within the crafting, processing, harvesting, all of artisanship, is just to pick one specific craft and then tie in the processing and the gathering that goes to that craft. So it might be that you just come out and harvest flowers, or you just come out and harvest stone or trees or whatever it might be. But that will save you time and it becomes easier to do. The fuck? Tomuk. Tumuk is up. The wretched. Nobody's fighting him. That's sad, man. That's sad that you have a world boss spawned and nobody is up here to fight it. It's not a Tumuk. It's not a Tumuk. Stick to alchemy and scribe. Easy gold. Anything that gets, yeah, I think anything that runs out, right? Scrolls and stuff like that versus armor. The problem right now with crafting is that none of the armor, there's no way to take armor out of the game. Armor doesn't break. You don't need crafters to repair it. And so as you start hitting max levels, people are going to not need you. Like they aren't going to need crafters once they have their set of stuff. And I think that's a problem. So, yeah, definitely something like alchemy, scribes, things with potions or stuff like that. Things, enchanting scrolls and stuff like that definitely makes more sense. It is sad that he's sitting up here and there's no one up here with him. Let's see. Here's Tumak with his tree. This would be quite an interesting place to fight. I wish I could give him the finger. That would be so nice. Here comes the sun. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Doesn't that look nice? I wish I could encourage Tumak to come over and sit and watch the sunrise. Yeah, we're in Vira. Cooking? Yeah, cooking as well. Cooking as another one that runs out. What's his health? That's down here. 3.8 million. But here's one of your world bosses. For anybody that's wondering, when we talk about what is in-game content within Ashes of Creation, there of course is the artisan system, the whole economy process, the node system. But in addition to that, you do have open world dungeons, and then you have open world bosses. And this is one of them, Tumak the Wretched. And there is a video of this on Ashes of Creation's YouTube channel of them fighting this as they sort of created the encounter. But yeah, so this is one of the things you could do in order to have some sort of in-game content. This is raid level content, so you would definitely want to have a raid full of people to try to come kill him. As you can see, he's level 27 and currently has 3.8 million health points. So good luck to anyone trying to take down Tumak. I have a 4070. So you have to choose one thing to craft and the rest of the professions have to fall in line. You don't have to. You could make both of your Grandmaster stuff be crafting professions, right? You could choose weaponsmithing and armor smithing, and those be your Grandmaster stuff. But by doing that, you're going to have to rely on other people more so to get you the materials because of the way the progression system works. But you could certainly pick all crafting stuff if you wanted. I don't know that I would advise you to do that, but you could and see what it's like. And potentially if you're in a good, strong guild, that might work out okay. You ever read Global? Some guy named Gist crying about my guild in Global, calling it the Jigglebot Gang. Is he in there right now? I see a HP Lovecraft, work in a hospital, saw a guild named Code Blue and had a heart palpitation. La 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 la. Oh, I see Ghost X. No, that's not the right person, right? I don't know, man. I don't read Global. Global's full of just bullshit almost 24/7. Oh, actually, my Global quit moving. Oh, this is weird. How did that happen? Oh, and here I was wondering where the gold seller spam was. It's just my thing wasn't scrolling. So it was there. No worries. What's your favorite anime? I love Frieren. Probably my favorite. I know that's a very popular answer, but I think it's great. Overlord would be probably my next one. I wouldn't recommend crafting unless you're a designated crafter in a guild. Yeah, I mean, that I would agree with that. It's going to cost you so much money as well that you're going to want people feeding you stuff. Oh, it's over an hour ago. Gotcha. Yeah, crafters as grandmaster need a shit ton of money. Yeah, there you go. Isn't it better to do one alt with all crafting in your main, all the gathering? I mean, I think there's probably different ways to do it. I have it set up to where yes, this is my, I can show you, this is my gatherer, my main. So yeah, 40, I'm a grandmaster fisher, journeyman and lumberjacking and herbalism, and then mining. I hate hunting, so I don't have it on here. So this is my gatherer, and then I'll push that off to a processor. You know, equally, I don't know that it matters so much with it currently anyways, when it comes to processing stuff. If you're leveling something else up, in order to level crafting as well, the best approach to that is actually just to constantly make novice stuff. Once you get to like apprentice, the costs of crafting things goes up astronomically, but the experience gain does not. So crafting through, you know, novice to apprentice to journeyman, you're going to probably stick with just novice materials because it costs cheap. It's less money, and it's a lot less money, and you just get better return for your money. So in that vein, your processors really don't have to be like, or your gatherers and processors don't necessarily have to be like grandmasters, because you're only going to be using novice stuff for the most part. Now, once you get to a higher level and you're wanting to craft better stuff, then you're going to need higher level processors and gatherers. But grown men watching children's cartoons, brother, you do not know what you're talking about in this area. Do you watch movies, John? I just farmed 500 basalt, 250 copper for a buy order, but it doesn't work. Yeah, they turned them off. Grown men playing fantasy pixels too. That's a great way to put it. What do you watch? Give me a movie that you watch. What are your top movies? What are you a fan of? Grown men watching men on TV. Yeah. I'm not trying to rag on what, I'm just curious what you're watching. Blazing Saddles. Top movies so hard. There's so many. Don't really rank them that way. First one that came to mind was Shutter Island. So what about it do you like? And I'm going somewhere with this. What's specific to that movie when you think about it, do you think makes it good? I want to play this game, but I also want to learn more about it. Keep my eye open for a sale. It was just on sale, so you kind of missed that. But yeah, you certainly can just wait and, oh shit, Grim Harvester. Yeah, that's a 3-star. We ain't going that way. No, sir. What's over there? Do y'all see that? Is that a tree rolling? I get bored playing Albion all the time. I mean, you'll probably get bored of playing this one too, to be blunt. But you can always go back to Albion. And then come back to this. I think it really comes down to the emotions that it made you feel throughout, the suspense, the doubt, the confusion, the elation, the depression. Well, yeah, there you go. So that's how you connect, right? That's your medium. Your medium is other humans, live action, expressing a story that somehow connects to you on a personal level, right? So when you look at Frieren, what is, as a manga, like what is the core of Frieren? You know, you're talking about relationships, the complexities of relationships, right? What's good? What's evil? Are some of the characters that are supposed to be evil and fair and actually evil? You sort of get to explore the concept of good and bad, right and wrong. You sort of, you get to explore a character who has a much longer a character that has a much longer lifespan than the other characters and has to watch their friends die. And so then you start exploring the idea of relationships and how that can change people over time. So that is what manga has brought to me. So it's a different medium than what you like. But the connections, the emotional side of things, the exploration of the world and of oneself exists very much in, as you put it, children's cartoons. So that is all I will say about that. Sage, I appreciate Sage Toads. I appreciate the follow. Single digit players appreciate the follow as well. This one looks good though, the camera angle. Oh, yeah, the sun setting. We did another one actually. I recorded something that I'll probably put up. We saw a boat in the in a pond. I don't know, it looked really nice. Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. Yes, I'm a 55-year-old kid that has a 6-figure salary, plays video games, and watches Twitch. I think the real question is why come on a platform designed for gamers? Oh, John's just being John. I'm not mad at John. John's been with us for a long time. John's a good person. I just like having the conversation. So, with no DPS meters, why do people say summoner DPS is bad? Just time to kill, probably. Takes forever to kill things. I like trying to get up in the mountains. I do too. Yeah, jump puzzles. Parkour. What's up, Matt? That's a deal breaker for me. It's just not something I'm going to be swayed on. Just the medium, I guess, is what you're saying? We're on Byra. Stop watching Farron, but you've convinced me. I'll continue where I left off. All right, misinformation. Have a good one. Oh, hold up. I want to see I missed this part. What were you saying? That's a deal breaker for me. Wait, I missed the part. My disdain for anime comes from the sexualized depictions of children. Well, I mean, I can't speak for certain creators and things like that. That's certainly not what I'm reading. So. But I also don't think you should necessarily apply one fault to an entire industry. Because if we did that, we could do it to everything, right? If we look at movies, your medium of choice, the fact that Harvey Weinstein exists, does that mean all movies should be thrown away? Should be thought of as shit and terrible because somebody bad in the industry did something bad? I don't think so. So, I don't know. I wouldn't see it this way either. No. Weird timing to see this stream. What? We're having a fun conversation. Actually, I'm starting to get hungry. That might be part of the problem. I appreciate you hanging, Royal Demons. Yeah, we were just talking about anime. Why does this tree look all weird? Oh, it's because it's broken. It's leaning to the side. What's going on with that? All right, do we have enough? It's how many things of 73. All right, we probably have more than enough Western Lark at this point, right? And then what was the third thing? We needed copper. Copper comes from basalt. Is that right? So we can look for that on the way back, maybe? But I think we got enough Western Lark for our needs at this stage. I have plenty of friends. As soon as they hear or watch anime or read manga, they go right to the perverted crap. Yeah, I mean, that probably speaks more to the people. But, you know. I'm also not here to make people like stuff they don't want to like. All right, we're going to probably come across a bunch of basalt just on our way back. So I'm going to quit going north. Start heading back towards Marilith. Speaking of which, Steven needs to release the files already. Midget, so do you really think he's going to do that? You've been here long enough too. They've said that for how long, that they're going to create a system where they show us who gets banned as their account action against. They've not done that. All right, Smash TV, I appreciate you helping me out. Yeah, it was a Weeping Willow that seemed broken. Mr. Venom, I appreciate the follow. I mean, do we want to place bets? Who thinks that they're actually going to release a list? I want to see what the chat feels like. How many of you think that they're going to actually release some sort of list? I don't even really care too much about like the complexities of the list, just a list. Fernando, what's up? You're from Brazil? Welcome. You got a big gaming crown down in Brazil. Nova Ordum is one of my favorite guilds to follow on YouTube. Until Lineker left. Thinking about playing Ashes, what can you say? Maybe yes. Maybe wait a little bit more. Well, I mean, the game is early access alpha, so there's a lot of bugs, a lot of server issues, not a lot of content. I think you certainly can get $50 out of your... I think you can get your $50 worth of time. Servers will wipe though, so if any of those things do not seem to appeal to you, then I would just wait. If you think you're fine with putting up with some of that stuff, then you know, like I said, I do think you'll get $50 worth of. I think you'll get plenty of activity out of $50. The way I always like to talk about it or say it, you know, if you spent $50, that gets you what, maybe 2 to 3 movies. And so we're at what, six to maybe 8 hours of time at a movie theater. God damn it. You'll get far more than 8 hours of time here. I hope that helps. Polar has been RMT since last wipe. Yeah, they always. Oh, I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't know about that. Have you tried to get to the top of the mountains? Yes, I have. Eventually, you reach little red lines that you can't go any further. Is what even legal? I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, the white. Sorry, I moved on from the conversation. The list. I mean, other studios do it. So. But they've said, I mean, we can go back. Where is this? Let me see if I can find this really quick. Let's see if we can. I don't know if this is set up to do this. Let's see, list. Crap. So one of the quick ways to search for stuff on YouTube for anybody who's curious, there's a website called Filmot, filmot.com, which will actually search through the SRT files, the closed caption files for various YouTube channels. And it will search, and you can find stuff within YouTube much, much faster. But let's see. When was it that they mentioned this? All right, I'll have to look for this later. At some point. At some point, they here recently had said that they would put up a website where they would list accounts that got actioned on. And that has been a couple of months ago. Shit. And we've not seen that happen. So anyways, I'll quit looking. But somewhere in there, they talked about that, and we never got a list. So it's the Epstein files all over again. Huh. I mean, what's going to happen is Intrepid going to go invade blizzard to distract us from the list. Is that what we're looking at now? Where did my mount stuff go? I think there might be some defamation or legality involved. Well, I think ultimately they don't want somebody to like take information they publicly posted and like do something in real life to them, right? I think that's ultimately what they're trying to avoid. And then there also are some data laws over in EU that are much more strict than ours. But what do you think about item loss on death? I believe it will be really bad during boss fights in the future. It's a really old idea. Borrowed from Lineage 2 Chronicles 1 through 4. It's bad design. Well, I mean, the only items you're going to lose on death, on a traditional death, is going to be materials. So I think the answer to that is before you go on any boss fight, you know, before you go into an area that you know is going to be challenging and potentially risky to you, you should probably take all of your materials and put them in the bank. I don't think that's unreasonable to ask players to do. Because all you're going to lose are materials at this point. Now, if you're corrupted, that's different, right? Corruption can lose actual items, gear. But if you're corrupted, then you got what's coming to you. So I don't care about that. But I think it's fine that you drop some materials, right? It's not like it's full loot. I would have issues if it was a full loot system or something like that. I mean, when you look at Pantheon, go to Pantheon. Pantheon, which is, I think, across Ashes of Creation players, they probably think Pantheon is a Care Bear game. On Death and Pantheon, you drop everything. You drop everything that you're carrying, and you got to go pick it all up. So in that regard, it's a much more strict game than Ashes of Creation. But the drop-in materials, I'm not hugely upset about. So, oh crap, I'm missing messages. Oh damn, there we go. Invade Blizzard, yeah. Oh, I don't know if I sniped. I don't know if I captured that to turn it into a short. I should have. Maybe he wants to triple check the bans before possibly ruining people's reputations. I mean, that might be. Might be. I don't know. I'm just basing what they have said they will do based off what they have said they will do in the past and what they have actually done in the past. That is where I'm basing my opinions on. All right, we're going to need to, like I said, run back. We're getting towards the end of our time here, though. So, how has no one told Steven to stop making public statements yet? No, I'm pretty sure they have. I mean, I would hope your director of communications is like, trying to explain that the communications haven't been the best at times. Not all the time, but at times. But that's also your boss, so. What do you do? All right, I figured we'd come across some basalt. Hope we can get some damn copper. Hey, copper. What do you know? Robbie and Clovey, I appreciate the subs over on YouTube. Yeah, if you're hanging out on YouTube, give me a sub. I spent a lot of time looking at the statistics of the Steam launch. So hopefully that comes out tomorrow. I think there are some nuances that are very important that I think will very much direct the next few months of Ashes of Creation. I think actually when you actually look at the concurrency right now, actually, what is it? Let me see. All right, where is it? So yesterday we peaked at just under 24,000. So in comparison, when you look at the data that's been made public, about phase alpha to phase 1, the concurrency that was there with 6 servers was 21,000. So we have 21,000 Alpha 2 Phase 1. We have 24,000 for Steam Early Access. You kind of connect those dots. I'm taking a dump at the moment. Well, Shay, I hope it's a good one, man. I hope you've had plenty of fiber, some fruits and vegetables. Technology's great, isn't it? Let's stop and think about this for a minute, guys. We are people meeting from across the world right now. We're hanging out, talking about a video game called Ashes of Creation that looks like this compared to games from the 80s. We're all vibing together, and you're able to take it all in while you're sitting on the shitter. You're able to take your phone, sitting on the shitter, and participate in this wonderful event. I mean, life is grand. Technology is great. You know, what can you say? I hope you have a good shit. I hope we get to hear about it. Well, no, never mind. Don't want to hear about it, but I hope it's good. Ever since I found your stream, I got the game, been playing for days on end now. Just wanted to say thank you for helping me find this amazing mmorpg. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, Legacy. Good. Yeah. I'm glad you're having fun. You know, for the right people, it's a good game. It really is. For the wrong people, it's a terrible game, but that is like everything. So, Saddam Imperi is Finland's representative. Yes. Yes. Oh shit, what, that just respawned like amazingly fast. What the hell? Do you see how fast the halcyon just sort of popped up right there? I wonder what we're gonna get from it. Let's see. Ah, just 2 regulars. We live in a society. Yeah, it's the blue eyes bringing us together. I can just look deep into the camera and make everyone uncomfortable. No, I'm just kidding. I have one better for you. We have predictive markets betting on when a country's leader will be out of power. It's wild times. Yeah. I mean, please take me back to the 90s is all I can say. Such a much better time. What do you think about the current implementation of Harbingers that most of Phase 3 and Steam Early Access was hyped over, and the fact that it's a complete fail? Well, I think Harbingers is a good example of I don't want to say this. They tend to hype things, right? And I get it. There's marketing behind that. And so there's a lot of hype that goes into what they're presenting to us. But when you get to something as big as Steam, I feel like you need to be sure that you're hitting all your marks, and this definitely has failed. The thing that I don't understand with Harbingers anyways is the vast majority of players in Ashes of Creation will probably never really experience Harbingers as it's designed anyways, because it's going to be an event for large PvP guilds. And so especially when they tie that into the story side that Steven has said, oh, this will be our first story arc. Like, well, why? Like, we aren't going to get, most of us aren't going to be able to do it. I don't know. I think Harbingers, I think in practice, Harbingers to me is not a great idea. Maybe as a piece of the pie, but not as big as not the whole pie. Or the 80s. 80s was better. I feel like 90s was better, but it doesn't matter. What do I want to get rid of here? I want to be able to pick whatever this is up. So let's make some space. Oh, it was just salt. Shit. That was blue. I just turned in why isn't Harbingers good? It's just not working. It's not functional. So everybody was waiting for this really fun thing. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's back to like automatically flagging people at random times. Harbingers, if you had gone into any of the circles, here, let me pull up the map. So if you, let's see if we can find one. Is that one there? Oh shit, where'd it go? So if you go to a Harbingers event, right, which are going to be these, there's supposed to be 2, right? Are they active? Are they not active? Where's the other one? Anyways, if you go, so what has been happening is if you go into a Harbingers area, defined area, it will at random times auto flag you. For PvP, and you can be sitting in a settlement like processing or crafting, and then all of a sudden you're flagged for PvP randomly, and then the guards kill you. They had fixed it, but I've started seeing some posts that's come back, so I don't know. Oh yes, that's a good point actually, Dark and Stormy. The fact that they've made those whole areas lawless as well, I think is an oversight. So I don't know. What's up, WRTC? So the big new feature is bugged and people can't play it. Yeah, pretty much. They've repeatedly hyped things and it gets endlessly pushed back, which makes you think about whether or not it will be really in it all. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you are looking at interviews and videos from 2017, 2018, and 2019, a good portion of that is probably not in the game currently and will likely not make it in by release. And so things I think have obviously changed over time. So. All right, I'm running out of, this copper. We want the rare copper, right? Oh shit. What do I get rid of? I mean, this is 2. I don't care about that. I'll get plenty of those back as well. So there we go. But to be fair, Steven has talked about being, what did he call it? The idealized Steven, the sort of brand new to development Steven. I think he recognizes that a lot of what he thought he could do early on that he can't. Don't think I've seen too many things prior to 2021. It's all out there. Actually, if you go back to Kickstarter times, they did a lot of interviews over Kickstarter. That's probably some of your earliest places for information. All right, guys, we are about out of time. Now what can I pick up? Copper again. All right. What else can I get rid of? Suzette, mechanic, I appreciate the follow. All right. I get these all day long. Honestly, probably even the rare bluegills. So, actually, we'll get rid of that. Fish long enough, you get that shit all day. I remember they were the hype times. Oh yeah, everybody tuned in for that. I mean, Kickstarter, and then the fun of trying to see where Kickstarter would end. Like how big. Right, like how many people would buy, and where's the money going to get, and all of that. Mark, I appreciate sub on YouTube. Yeah, Kickstarter was fun, man. That's back when we were all still like, oh, this is going to be the best shit ever. I think some of us are still there, but not all of us. Not all of us. All right, let's get going. I think the key takeaway for me for the last 7 years, 8 years, 9 years of watching this game get developed, watching Steven learn and grow, watching his team grow, is that game development is hard. I think that is probably my biggest lesson that I've taken away as a viewer and supporter of Ashes of Creation, is that no matter what we think, game development is just hard. So you hope you can do certain things. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Shit, why are they hitting me so hard? What level are those? It's a level 8. Level 8 fucking character. I'm level 16. And they are easily taking me down. That's a problem. Like, why are they even aggroing me to begin with? That thing's a level 5 Raven. What the fuck is it doing? I'm a level 11 levels higher than this. Why is this aggroing me? Any chance we could get dedicated nodes for ruby, copper, zinc, etc.? They used to be that way, and they changed that. I think there are some people that miss those times for sure. I don't think they'll ever go back though. All right, I'm only stopping because like there's this massive halcyon right here. But in theory, at least, you know, it was supposed to be what you use pylons in order to locate copper and shit. I mean, that was the theory anyways. All right, what is it that I have to choose here? Do I want 2 rare halcyonites? What does chat say? Do we try to keep 2 rare halcyonites? Yay or nay? Is it already released or open beta? We are currently in early access alpha. You don't usually see all these halcyonites together. That's why I stopped. No. You know what? I feel like, let's see what we get out of these first. That's $50, by the way, to get into early access. Eventually, you will have to pay a sub fee as well. All right, so I feel like, all things considered, It is super easy to come across some of these things, not so easy to come across a rare halcyon. I don't know how everybody feels about that. I get these all day. So we're just going to move some stuff around, I think. What do I want to get rid of? All right. Back home we go. All right, as we come up towards the end of our time, as a reminder, if you haven't followed me, follow me. I'm going to steal his line. Follow me. I'm delicious. I can't say that word, though. Delicious. Why does it sound so weird when I say it? Delicious. Carnivore, I appreciate the follow. Delicious. Jesus Christ, I think I'm hungry. I'm getting weird. What am I stuck on? All right, so again, what we were trying to do here is the bulk of this morning was trying to make our weapons, level up our weaponsmith crafter. And so we got to what, level 7 pretty quick using just making shields. And so now what the goal was to actually make deconstruction kits. So then we can get some materials back and not spend as much money. So Steven should add random events that give gear to help out players struggling to upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see more open world stuff that actually awards. Well, when you start talking about awarding gear, that gets into a very debated sort of area, because then the question is, well, what about your crafters? So if your goal is to, you know, what does he always say? Crafters make the best shit. Like, if that's your goal, do you really want so much gear drop in the world? I don't know. Look at this shit. How many wolves are on me? I got 2 damn wolves on me that are level 8. I'm level 16. They've taken me almost to what? 60% health? While I'm on a mount running? Like, I hate wolves. Not good gear, the basic. Yeah, that's fun. This is Ashes of Creation. I get what you're saying. That's just what everybody would complain about. Which I can kind of understand to a degree. I'm pretty sure I say it multiple times a stream, but whoever created those wolves can kiss my ass. Are the servers still that full? The Steam numbers confuse me. I actually am putting a video. I'll have a video tomorrow on YouTube. If you want to follow and watch it tomorrow. I kind of dove into a lot of the Steam numbers. It depends on the server you're on. I think there are some highly populated servers, and then there are some that are not. When you look, I can look right now. Let's see. Right now we have about 23,000 players are online right now. Yesterday we peaked at just under 24,000. In comparison, the game peaked at just under 32,000. So when you look at that, we've lost probably on average 7,000 to 8,000 players. And you have to add into that as well that there are 2 other things. One is there's a lot of botting, a lot of AFK fishing, you know, there's legitimately probably hundreds of players that are just botting. And then also with that, a lot of that, so that concurrency is also the launcher. It's not necessarily the game. So you can also go look on SteamDB, for example, you know, even when their servers have completely shut down so that we can't connect because they're updating them or whatever, restarting them, the concurrency number never falls below 4,000. So you also have this group of players that aren't actually playing, but they're being counted. So I don't know. The server numbers are kind of hard to know where they're at. But well, did you see that lag? That person was like spinning their. What is going on? So it's just hard. It's hard to know where the server numbers are. You know, naturally it's gonna decline over time. I mean, that's just what everything does. But hard to say. But I did dive into it a little bit. So I want to follow you, Supreme Leader. Well, Anonymous Moose, just subscribe and I'll be there. All right, guys. It is after 11. Normally we go to 11. So I appreciate everyone watching. If you have not followed us on Twitch, subbed on YouTube, please do so. George, I appreciate the follow. I typically go live every Saturday, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time. So an early morning riser. Yes, you can wake up and get out of bed with me. That sounded dirty and was intended to sound dirty. I also do a lot of shorts and some long form on YouTube as well. So January is a little crazy right now for my job and my family. So there's a couple of Saturdays actually where I probably won't start until like noon. And there's one Sunday I don't think I'll be able to stream at all. But normally we're here every Saturday, Sunday, hanging out, just chatting, having fun, shooting the shit, basically. There's only so much you can do in Ashes, so we do a lot of shooting the shit. Wake up with the king. I like that. When do you record the episode with Neuro and Diggs? I mean, they haven't played. Firepower, I appreciate the follow. They haven't been playing. I don't know, man. I don't know, Magista. Like we got to a point where there were starting to be a lot of comments of like, why am I watching this show if the game is now available and you're not playing it? And I think that's some legit feedback, right? I don't know. I think we can still have talks about it, but I wish they would play it with me. I think there'd probably be better understanding of the game. But normally we do Sunday afternoons, or Sunday nights. So I don't know if we'll do it tonight or not. The holidays, we also sort of December, January, we tend to take time off from doing the show anyways. But you know, it's not that they can't. Diggs does a lot of dancing, so he just doesn't have a ton of time. Neuro's computer crashes with it for whatever reason, and he doesn't necessarily have a potato either. But he can't really run the game. So anyways, all right, guys. I'm gonna start handing off. Let's see, TikTok. Appreciate you. Start with you. Have a good day. I'll see y'all. YouTube. Again, if you haven't followed, follow. Sub, sorry. It's a sub on YouTube. I keep forgetting. You mentioned the best gear is crafted. Does crafting still require materials or base armor obtained from dungeon or raid drops? Otherwise, it sounds like running dungeons or raids would be pointless. No, it doesn't. It does not require drops from dungeons or raids. It does require materials just from out in the world, though. Now, they have increased the number of gear drops from just open world stuff. So, you know, if you run dungeons and raids, you will get gear from there. It didn't always used to be that way, but they did change that. So they're not pointless to run. You'll get gear and you'll get glint and stuff like that. Recipes, stuff. All right, YouTube. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.